wasn't there. And that was exciting. And then a few years after graduation, I got connected with my colleagues that I work with now, Dr. Laura Likova and Dr. Christopher Tyler, just really great researchers and human beings. And I found, we designed a study, got a little bit of funding, we did the study. And then, it's like you have some idea and you think, well, I could research this. And you go, yeah, but am I really going to get any evidence? And you really don't have any idea. And when the results came back and we had clear results, that was really exciting. So to say, okay, this thing that I've kind of gone out on a limb, and I've spent the last 15 years of my life pursuing this and coming up to this point and kind of putting everything on the line, believing that this might be something. And you find out that you really have the evidence. That's very rewarding.
I feel the wow myself. But I want, for the benefit of our viewers, to be clear about the story here, because back when you were doing body work, massage, essentially, you discovered that you, through a process of concentration of some sort, were able to move the center of attention of your client from the upper body, the upper chest, down to the belly. But now you've talked about that people can do this themselves. They don't need another person to do it for them.
That's right. That's right. So, for example, we just finished a study. We've just submitted it to the journal Mindfulness. And we worked both with meditation novices and MBSR practitioners. John Kabat-Zinn's, really excellent system, mindfulness-based stress reduction, because we wanted to see whether what we thought, because we had predicted what a particular attention stance would be that's associated with MBSR, which of course is in the Vipassana tradition. And we were able to teach novices this process in about half an hour. And then they would do a 10-minute process, and the amount of stress reduction that they got and the amount of increase in mindfulness that they got was almost identical with people who had gone through an 8-week, course of education and years of practice. So that gave us confidence that this was actually a much clearer marker, a quicker way, which we hope will help to improve MBSR instruction so that people are able to learn it more quickly.
To be clear, the idea is that a person can learn to locate I'll call it their center of attention. There must be a different word maybe that you use, but it can be located in various areas of the body.
Yeah, the seat of attention. A lot of us, it sits in the head. I mean, that's pretty culturally normal, right? But then it can be moved to the heart, and it can be moved to the abdomen. And so by learning how to self-regulate that, it gives us access much more quickly to be able to shift. So, for example, and so by learning how to self-regulate that, it gives us access much more quickly to be able to shift. So, for example, one of the things that we found was that by bringing the seat of attention to the abdomen, so with the EEG study that we did, we found we took the signals that was associated with that, we tested 11 different attentional stances, and we did it with 128 electrodes, and we downsampled it so that we could match some data that was derived from 10 different positive emotions, so that we could compare, do the brain signals overlap between the positive emotions and these different attentional stances. And we found that when the seat of attention was in the abdomen, it cross-correlated strongly with 3 positive emotions, 2 of which are something called low arousal positive affect and high arousal positive affect. High arousal positive affect is things like joy, excitement, surprise. It's like your nervous system is up, you are on, you are just kind of excited, right? And your neurons are firing actively, and you feel good. And that is different from low arousal positive affect. That's things like gratitude, contentment, serenity. And the low arousal positive affect is actually what is associated with life satisfaction. So we found that when the seat of attention was in the abdomen, the abdominal attentional stance, that it generated 2 of the 3 emotions that it correlated with. And there was only 3 out of 11 that even correlated with positive emotions. So this was an important stance. Correlate 2 out of the 3 were low arousal positive affect emotions. So it's like that was more evidence that this was associated with mindfulness, that this was kind of a stance that gave you that sense of comfortableness, that lowered reactivity to what's going on in your life. And so a really beneficial stance.
And I understand that you work with clients as well and have seen some remarkable things happen with your clients who are able to easily learn the techniques involved in moving the seat of attention to different locations in the body.
Yes. And, most of my work has been done with business leaders, and really people who need to have rapid access to their highest functions. And typically they will know that they have these capacities, but they won't always know how they get there. So by showing them exactly step by step, okay, you're going to hold a meeting. Okay, you got to hold a room of 300 people. Oh, you have to establish rapport with this person. Here's exactly how you do it, step by step, so that the audience is with you, they can feel you, and you have impact. And so that's, and I also teach psychotherapy students in terms of how do you create that sense of safe space, that sense of, oh, it's good to be here, their highest functions. And typically they will know that they have these capacities, but they won't always know how they get there. So by showing them exactly step by step, okay, you're going to hold a meeting. Okay, you got to hold a room of 300 people. Oh, you have to establish rapport with this person. Here's exactly how you do it, step by step, so that the audience is with you, they can feel you, and you have impact. And so that's, and I also teach psychotherapy students in terms of how do you create that sense of safe space, that sense of, oh, it's good to be here. I can say anything. This is safe. I feel heard. I feel no judgment, and I can just bring up the things that have been frightening for me to even think about, let alone speak.
One of the things I recall from your book is that for many people, when they endeavor to move their seat of attention out of the head into the body, they find a kind of blockage in the neck. Like it gets, I think one of your clients said, it feels as if my attention is bouncing back up when I reach the neck.
Yeah, there can be both blocks in the head and blocks in the neck, and those are typically the ones that cause the most trouble for this kind of a process. And that's, those obstacles are really, see, the internal space, when we feel the internal space, there is some information from the literal body. So, for example, if you eat something that didn't agree with you, you might have a pain or a discomfort right where your stomach is, because you're actually feeling those signals from your physiological body. But a lot of what we feel in internal space also is a reflection of our mind. And so, in the same way, so for example, in Chinese medicine, grief is associated with the lungs. Well, it's the internal space is a projected space, right? So because you can feel stuff in the middle of your head, you know that you're not actually feeling literally the middle of your head because there aren't any sensory nerves there. So it's a constructed space. And so in that constructed space, we actually have projections of what our term for it is dissociated ego states. That is, kind of subpersonalities, aspects of ourselves that decided to help us out, to make sure that something that was uncomfortable that happened never happens again. And they kind of dissociate a little bit from the central self, and they're kind of like, we're now going to enforce this policy. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. And when something resonant happens, that part of the mind gets activated and kind of runs its own little agenda trying to protect us. And so, it's often necessary to do just a little bit of negotiation with those parts to get them to realize, this person is now grown up. They're not, 8 years old anymore. So that part lets go of that responsibility and just goes, okay, yeah, I can be part of the team again.
As I recall, you write that young children are naturally locating their seat of attention in their body, not in their head. It's only as we grow older that it moves up into the cranium.
Right. So you might be acquainted with Michael Washburn's work, The Ego and the Dynamic Ground. Oh. He's got a really nice book describing the way that we start out and we're really kind of connected with life. Right, we feel everything around us. We feel what's going on with our parents, with our friends, and so we're really in a very interconnected kind of space. And for that reason, we don't really have a strong sense of ourselves as separate. But that as we, get through latency and into puberty, that we get into what he calls the mental ego. And that's really a way in which the body contracts and the attentional resources are pushed up to the head. And, that's really helpful for getting through school, for example. And so, but the thing is, that's not the end of the process. Then there's the opportunity to reconnect after we've developed a good, strong mental ego, which is necessary, which is important, which is valuable, to reconnect with the rest of our resources and working with attentional stance to bring oneself down. I mean, this is something that meditation does. This is just this is a way to understand the mechanism. And that's something that's important for its, adoption in, wider adoption in psychology.
Well, can we give our viewers a little taste of some of the exercises that you offer for this work?
Sure. So, one of the exercises is you take one finger and you touch very lightly on the top of the center of your head. So it's kind of like in line with the front of the ear, right up, and touching very lightly, and then taking the finger away. And then when you take the finger away, notice that there's still a little sensation on the top of the head. It's just like that little sensation is perched up there. And you just kind of keep your awareness on that sensation. Some people it's helpful to imagine it as a point of light. Some people it's better to just have it as a sensation. And then imagine that little sensation just begins to slide down through the skull and right down into the center of the head. So it ends up in the middle of the head behind your eyes. And then imagining that you can just become that little point of sensation in the middle of the head. Instead of being the whole head that's going, oh, look, there's a sensation in the middle. You become the sensation that feels the head all the way around it. And as you do that, you may notice that it feels like your mind comes into a little more focus. The other thing that you may notice is that it gets a little quieter in here. Because when the attention is spread out in the whole head, that's when we have all the thoughts, the narratives. Where did I put my keys? Got to remember to pick up the milk. What am I doing? Uh-oh, I'm late for the, just that constant pattern. And when we are able to just come into the center of the head, things get quiet. So we don't even have to leave the head in order to have a quietly focused mind. I was teaching at a community college, and this was in a sort of lower socioeconomic neighborhood, and so
from you. And the more you hold that viewpoint, the more the dream will just give you evidence confirming the seeming truth of your viewpoint in a feedback loop whose source is our own mind. And what I just described is we have this genius power of creating reality, of co-creating reality with the universe. And what Tico does, one way of conceiving of it, is that it plugs into our creative genius in such a way that it turns us against ourselves, so that we imprison ourselves by the reality creating function and the creative genius and unbelievable power that we have unknowingly inside of all of us. And it turns it against us to the point where it's killing us. And so what I'm pointing at in my work is trying to shed light on that process. And there's no one else doing that to us. There's no Watiko out there. There's no evil forces out there who's doing that to us. We have it's like we've entranced ourselves. We've hypnotized ourselves, tricked ourselves in a way out of our own mind. And so what I'm pointing at is that, hey, look, when you actually shed light on that process and see it, you begin to connect and get in phase and in alignment with that just incredible creative power that we have to create our experience of ourselves and our experience of the world. And that's where quantum physics comes in. So I'll just want to offer that, and I can say a lot more about that.
I think the really intriguing step that you take in all of this is, if I understand you correctly, you're really saying that what we think of as the external objective world around us is also like a dream, that everything is a reflection of ourselves.
Right, that's exactly it. And that's the segue into quantum physics, because that's what quantum physics really discovered. So, before quantum physics came on the scene, all of the physics community thought that this world was objective and that we were just studying this objective world and trying to understand how it worked. And so then 100 years ago, a little bit longer, onto the scene comes quantum physics, and it basically empirically proved there's no such thing as an objective world. And one other way of saying that is that they discovered that the act of observing the world actually influenced the world that you were observing, which is to say, so the observer is the observed, the act of observation, the object observed, and the process of observing were all one interconnected quantum system. And what that means is that the act of observation is creative. You see, it's shedding light on that we are creative beings, and we're creating our experience of ourselves and of the universe each and every moment. And so that's the rabbit hole. That I go, because I wrote a book about quantum physics, because basically what that's showing us, that is literally revealing, quantum physics is revealing to us the dreamlike nature. It's literally showing us that this is a dream. And not only is it showing us this is a dream, quantum physics and the revelations that are emerging from quantum physics are themselves the expression of the very dream that it's revealing. And so why I bring up quantum physics is because quantum physics is the medicine for Watiko. Because Watiko, if you remember, I was saying it operates through the projective tendencies of our mind in such a way that we actually entrance ourselves, putting ourselves under a spell. And one way of understanding that is, we actually by operating through the projective tendencies of the mind, which we're always projecting. So we project onto the waking inkblot, and we, create whatever experience or perception we're having. And then, like, by the way, Jung didn't know the word Watiko, but he actually was really switched on to the idea. He called it a number of different names all throughout his collected works, but one of his favorite names for it was totalitarian psychosis. Okay, and think about what I was saying before, that the thing about Watiko, it's like this pathogen that subsumes and co-ops the healthy parts of the psyche into its service, so that it colonizes the psyche and creates a shadow government, and so it like dictates, like a dictator, to the ego. So it sets up a totalitarian regime in the human psyche that's afflicted with it. Well, remember what I said, that Watiko, it's actually reflected like an iteration of a fractal through the outside world, where the macrocosm mirrors the microcosm. So that inner state of being afflicted by Watiko and having your mind colonized by this like totalitarian sort of this regime, that's actually getting reflected through the outside world. And once we recognize that actually expands our consciousness, because we're seeing the dreamlike nature, and that point of view helps us to dispel Watiko. But if I could just go back to what I was trying to say about when we get entranced by the horrors that are playing out in our world today, and the suffering and the nightmare that's happening, and we become pessimistic, then by holding that viewpoint, we're then going to draw evidence to confirm our pessimism in a mind-created feedback loop, such that we become not the solution, but we become part of the problem. But when you understand that quantum physics is saying, hey, even if something is incredibly, ridiculously unlikely, it can still happen, that means that the fact that our species could sufficiently wake up in time to avert the impending catastrophe, that's a possibility. That's an absolutely real possibility according to quantum physics. And if we're not, envisioning that, then what are we thinking? The idea being is that this is the power of our dreaming, that we have this incredibly creative power. And when you see Watiko, you don't want to become fascinated by it, but seeing it, then that's the inoculation. And then as a sovereign being, we can invest our attention in creating the world we want to live in. So then we can actually dream up and envision a world in which we're all actually having the recognition of our interconnectedness, our interdependence, that if I help you, it helps me. That's the world that I'm dreaming. And it's more and more of us are dreaming that world together. Then by the power of our dreaming, we can literally materialize that into that's the incredible creative dreaming power that all of us have.
Now, when I think of dreams, normally I think of them, they're my dreams. They're inside of my head only. No one else is responsible for my dreams but me. But when we look at reality, external reality, it seems to me that there's a Buddhist term that seems appropriate. I think it's something like mutually dependent co-arising.
Right. Interdependent co-origination. And I've written extensively about that. And it's basically, that's an expression of that there's no thing, there's no objective anything, including us. Like, I only exist as a being, and I'm in relationship to you. I don't exist intrinsically, independently from my own side, but I exist, in this relation to you. But you don't exist as an independent, intrinsically existing, objective person, because you only exist relative to other beings who themselves don't exist objectively or independently or intrinsically, but they who are having that realization come together and share what they're realizing. It's what I call, they're realizing their sacred power of dreaming. It's the part of us that's dreaming the dream moment by moment into materialization every moment. The question is whether we know it or not. But as we wake up to that and we connect with each other, we can put our sacred power of dreaming together in a way to change the dream, in a way that makes a difference, in a way that we can, it's an evolutionary impulse that we are invited to participate in our own evolution through this realization. And what I just described in a night dream, that's what's actually offered to us in the waking dream.
Now, you wrote at one point that if the Wetiko didn't exist, and I think by Wetiko we could talk about Satan or the Archons or Ahriman or any other sort of evil demonic force.
Right.
If it didn't exist already, and as you point out, it doesn't really exist, but if it didn't, we'd have to create it.
Right, exactly. I talk about that in my book because it is the greatest catalyst for human evolution that that we need. And an example being, just think of, here's the Buddha under the Bodhi tree, and he's about to become enlightened, and then all the darker forces, the evil one. Here's this Mara figure who's tormenting him and trying to seduce him and really trying to obstruct him in any way that he can from attaining enlightenment. And from one point of view, oh wow, that Mara figure, that evil energy is like kind of like this adversary and really getting in the way of Buddha's realization. But when you have like a deeper point of view, you understand, no, Mara was secretly Buddha's ally, that Mara helped Buddha to develop the muscle of realization that catapulted him out of the separate self, into the realization of our oneness, into enlightenment. And what I'm pointing at is that in these darker energies, because think about it, in a dream, when darkness is really visible and palpable, that's an expression that an incredibly powerful light is nearby. And so what I'm pointing at is that encoded in the darkness, it's actually potentially helping us if we recognize that. And a way to understand that is like Wetiko itself is a quantum phenomena. And what I mean by that, a quantum phenomena, here, think about light. Well, when quantum physics, came, the advent of quantum physics, they discovered, oh, wow, what is the nature of light? Sometimes it appears as a wave, sometimes as a particle. Is it a wave or a particle? Well, it depends how we observe it, right? That was the experiment, the two-slit experiment that really, completely had encoded within the whole experiment all of quantum physics right there. And it was where consciousness intruded into the physics lab and they couldn't make it go away. And so the idea that here's light, that what is its nature? It depends how we observe it. Well, the same, and keep in mind that waves and particles, you couldn't even imagine more opposite entities. And so here's Wetiko. Wetiko is the source of the most incredible archetypal, not just personal, but archetypal evil that we enact on ourselves, with each other, between each other, and amongst ourselves as a species. And encoded in Wetiko is the most profound blessing. It's helping us. It's a terma. Not only quantum physics is a terma, but Wetiko is a terma, a hidden treasure. It's actually a revelation. It's showing us the dreamlike nature. And by showing us well, it depends how we observe it, right? That was the experiment, the two-slit experiment that really, completely had encoded within the whole experiment all of quantum physics right there. And it was where consciousness intruded into the physics lab and they couldn't make it go away. And so the idea that here's light, that what is its nature? It depends how we observe it. Well, the same, and keep in mind that waves and particles, you couldn't even imagine more opposite entities. And so here's Wetiko. Wetiko is the source of the most incredible archetypal, not just personal, but archetypal evil that we enact on ourselves, with each other, between each other, and amongst ourselves as a species. And encoded in Wetiko is the most profound blessing. It's helping us. It's a terma. Not only quantum physics is a terma, but Wetiko is a terma, a hidden treasure. It's actually a revelation. It's showing us the dreamlike nature. And by showing us the dreamlike nature, what that means is that it's unlocking the incredible creative power that all of us have. But to the extent we don't know it, it boomerangs and kills us. And so is Wetiko, so in a superposition of states, being a quantum phenomena, Wetiko both contains the deepest evil that can destroy us, or the most, not just its medicine, but an actual blessing. It's actually helping us to wake up. And how it manifests, just like light, it's a function of how we observe it, of how we dream it. That's what this is all about. That's what my work is trying to get out to people. And when more and more of us have that realization, and like I was suggesting, connect with each other and activate our collective genius, and have the realization we can conspire to co-inspire each other, which is a true conspiracy theory. We can have the recognition of our interconnectedness, of our that we're not separate, and put our genius together in a way that we can dream ourselves awake. That's another way of saying it, and that's freely being offered to us. And there are very few. I mean, there are actually lots of people who are talking about it, but I just want to add my voice.
What you're saying reminds me of what I think is one of the most mysterious and profound statements that come out of the Christian tradition. I'm not a Christian, but I keep thinking about this all the time. When Jesus said, "Resist not evil," I think it's a very subtle point, but I think he was trying to say something along the same lines that you're getting at.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting because that brings up how I discovered what I'm talking about, and it was through personal experience that almost killed me, because I'm not going to go into the whole story, but I'm an only child, and my father unwittingly was a channel for Watiko. He just like people do, to the extent they're not doing their own inner work, well then they unwittingly act out their unhealed abuse, and my father did that. And being a sensitive kid like we all are, I was the recipient, and it just created enormous suffering, and to the point where I went from being a highly accomplished kid to not being able to live my life, and then I went so deeply inwards into my mind to try to get to the root of that. I was in my early to mid 20s, and I had a huge, mind-blowing spiritual awakening that got me, and I was so excited and enthusiastic of what I was realizing, which is that, hey, we're having a collectively shared dream. I was realizing that, and it was completely blowing my mind, and there's no way you can be prepared for that. At least I wasn't. But I was so excited that it got me in deep trouble. It got me hospitalized and diagnosed, and my parents bought into the diagnosis, and then after a number of years later, they died, completely convinced.
Same intelligence that runs through your body, but the bigger version of it. And here's something interesting. If I try and direct it, it goes away. And it was my first hint that I have to get my own ego, my own sense of separate self out of the way in order to do this. Because your ego is the little bit of you that's really invested in being separate. I think it is about a dropping of the separate self and feeling your way into alignment. And when you let that go and just feel the greater coherence, when we let that flow through us, magic happens. Synchronicities happen, amazing coincidences happen.
Jill's abilities seem to be living proof that bypassing the illusion of a separate self seems to open up paths to healing the body. So Jill, have you always been able to do this, or how did you figure it out?
I had energy coming out of my hands that my patients could feel. That was my first clue, Kai, because they'd have their eyes shut and they'd say, "Oh, you're over my abdomen. I can feel it. I can feel it in my abdomen." And I'd think, I wonder what they can feel. I developed, I think quite naturally, a way of regulating my breath and my body to make it get stronger. And I got feedback from the patients when it got stronger and when it didn't. And I'm very much self-taught. And that's what sent me on my journey to work out what the energy that heals us, for want of a better word, actually is.
And then can you describe how you physically, prepare to channel this energy to a patient?
I stand in what's called horse stance in Qigong, which means I bend, my legs are sort of shoulder width apart. I bend my knees, I tip my pelvis forward a little bit, and I get my spine really straight. And then I feel something tingling down my spine. It's almost fizzy feeling in my spine. Then I have energy that comes out of my hands that the patients can feel, and I hold it over specific areas, in my case, based on their Chinese medicine diagnosis.
What about the placebo effect? What role does this very real and measurable phenomena play? And isn't the placebo effect one of the arguments the skeptics raise about energy medicine?
There are studies, as I'm sure you're aware, that show that the placebo effect isn't just that you think you're better. If you believe that something is going to work, your body produces chemicals to make it work. So I would say that the placebo is just a prompt to self-healing, and it causes measurable physical changes in the body. It's not just, I think I'm better, so I feel a bit better.
I love this because sometimes I think that the placebo effect in and of itself is the best evidence we have of energy healing. We have so much evidence of this in science that deeply believing your body can get better can help it to get better.
So I usually start by explaining the placebo is energy medicine, actually, and what you think your body can hear you. The tighter and tenser you get, the harder it is for your body to communicate coherently all the way through.
So you learn to heal through intuition, training your mind to bypass the ego, tuning into your body's energy, and then connecting to your patient's response. But did you have any notable teachers or, masters that helps you to understand this better?
Dr. Bill Bengston, who died recently, sadly, and he was an absolute pioneer. He was a professor at City University in New York, and he would gather together skeptical students and faculty, and they would take mice that were specially bred to have cancer, poor mice, and they would inject them with cancer. And then his students would do the technique and they would remit. And they did this on tens of thousands of mice over the years. The technique he taught his students was a form of ego distraction, like I do, but he had them flash ego gratifying images in their heads while they held their hands over, in this case, the mice. These aren't your noble wants like world peace. These are your, a beach house and winning the lottery type ego gratifying things. And it causes measurable physical changes in the body. It's not just, I think I'm better, so I feel a bit better.
I love this because sometimes I think that the placebo effect in and of itself is the best evidence we have of energy healing. We have so much evidence of this in science that deeply believing your body can get better can help it to get better.
So I usually start by explaining the placebo is energy medicine, actually, and what you think your body can hear you. The tighter and tenser you get, the harder it is for your body to communicate coherently all the way through.
So you learn to heal through intuition, training your mind to bypass the ego, tuning into your body's energy, and then connecting to your patient's response. But did you have any notable teachers or, masters that helps you to understand this better?
Dr. Bill Bengston, who died recently, sadly, and he was an absolute pioneer. He was a professor at City University in New York, and he would gather together skeptical students and faculty, and they would take mice that were specially bred to have cancer, poor mice, and they would inject them with cancer. And then his students would do the technique and they would remit. And they did this on tens of thousands of mice over the years. The technique he taught his students was a form of ego distraction, like I do, but he had them flash ego gratifying images in their heads while they held their hands over, in this case, the mice. These aren't your noble wants like world peace. These are your, a beach house and winning the lottery type ego gratifying things. And he would have them flash about 20 images round and round and round really quickly so they couldn't think of anything else. They were just flashing.
Wow, that's fascinating. It's like distracting the ego with the ego itself.
And when they measured the frequency coming out of the healer's hands, it was 7.87 hertz, which is the most common frequency of the Earth, the Schumann's resonance.
The Schumann resonance. This is often called the Earth's electromagnetic heartbeat, and many believe these frequencies influence human physiology.
But again, he was distracting the ego, keeping the separate bit of self occupied so that the healer can just let whatever this is flow through them. The most skeptical, sneering, eye-rolly of students could do it. They could all keep their mice alive.
So interestingly, the control group mice who were not receiving any healing started to remit or just get better as well. How did that happen?
When they visited the control group, they looped the control group of mice into the healing field and they remitted too. So Bill, in the end, had to send the control mice to a different lab in a different state. I know you looked at Rupert Sheldrake's work. It was creating a resonant field.
And that's where the mouse study becomes interesting. Because mice can't be skeptics, they cannot placebo themselves or talk their way into feeling better, yet the effects still show up. With humans, the picture gets even more layered, and Jill pays close attention to the energy of language when she works with cancer patients. She believes that phrases like fighting cancer or battling cancer can actually pull the system out of coherence. Instead, she focuses on language that helps the body remember its own capacity to heal.
using battling language, teaching people to visualize little Pac-Men eating up the cancer and things like that. And if you think about all the language we use about cancer, it's all about winning the war and battling it. And I realized, this is the wrong track. We should be encouraging coherence, yeah? Because as your body communicates better internally, it cleans up. Bodies clean up cancer cells all the time until they get overwhelmed and can't.
When Jill talks about coherence, she means the body's communication system working in sync instead of in chaos. It's like an orchestra playing the same piece of music instead of a bunch of instruments out of sync making discordant noise. So when the body is coherent, it can recognize what doesn't belong, including cancer cells, and clean them up the way it's designed to do. Options. And what happened next with energy healer Jill Blakeway didn't just speed up his recovery, it challenged everything he thought was possible. Here's Jill Blakeway.
He could feel the energy running through his legs, and his legs would vibrate, completely out of his control. I would say things like, try and stop it. And he couldn't. It was like his legs had been taken over, and he was back at work within about a week to 10 days. He healed very, very quickly.
After that experience, Jill and Tim wanted to understand what was actually happening between them. So they went into a lab to be measured, monitored, and studied. Researchers turned to technology that can measure the smallest shifts inside the body. One of those measurements is called heart rate variability, or HRV. It's the tiny change in time between each heartbeat, and it's one of the clearest windows we have into stress, relaxation, and the body's ability to return to balance. So, Jill, why measure HRV in this kind of work? What exactly does it tell us?
The heart has waves. These waves should be very coherent again. And for most of us, particularly when we're stressed, it becomes very choppy and incoherent. And there are waves of different lengths and things like that. A healer's job is to organize themselves in such a way that the patient can calibrate themselves against it and get back to a homeostasis.
And before diving into what scientists found when they studied Jill and Tim together, I wanted to understand first what researchers observed years earlier when they studied Jill on her own.
Researchers put an EKG on my heart and an EEG on my brain while I worked. And what we found is that my heart waves and my brain waves go at the same pace. It's called internal coherence in biofield science. So I become internally coherent. And at that point, I think all I am is something that people can calibrate themselves against. I don't think I'm doing anything that clever, but then the patient calibrates against my very coherent biofield. And I have to live quite well to maintain that coherent biofield. When I realized what I was doing, I gave up drinking and my party days were over. And that's the only bit of effort I put in to the whole thing. But the key to it is to explain to everyone, you have a biofield. And by biofield, I mean that every little cell has an electromagnetic field. Every organ has an electromagnetic field. We measure the ones of the heart and the brain in medicine, but your liver has an electromagnetic field. And all those fields are working together as an information system. And you have the same kind of biofield that I have.
So now with that baseline, the question becomes simple. If Jill reaches coherence in her body when she's healing, can the person she's working on reach it too? And that question was important to Tim as well.
I still, as does Jill, want to find some people who will put it into a context of scientific process or method.
Dr. Leah Lagos was the expert who investigated what was happening between Jill and Tim in the lab. She's a health and performance psychologist and specializes in using highly sensitive biofeedback technology to track these subtle shifts in heart rate variability. So she measured Jill's HRV as Jill entered the healing state, a state where the heart's rhythms become more organized and coherent. Here's Dr. Lagos explaining her findings to Tim and Jill. This was captured on film in the upcoming documentary titled Phenomena.
When we started, you were not in resonance with each other. You had heart rhythms that were not in synchrony, which one would expect. But at approximately 45 seconds, Jill went into resonance, and then 47 seconds, Tim went into resonance. His heart rate started to absolutely coincide and beat in the same rhythm as Jill's. And that persisted almost till the end of the session.
It's true, actually. I can feel when I go into resonance because my spine tingles against. I don't think I'm doing anything that clever, but then the patient calibrates against my very coherent biofield. And I have to live quite well to maintain that coherent biofield. When I realized what I was doing, I gave up drinking and my partying days were over. And that's the only bit of effort I put in to the whole thing. But the key to it is to explain to everyone you have a biofield. And by biofield, I mean that every little cell has an electromagnetic field. Every organ has an electromagnetic field. We measure the ones of the heart and the brain in medicine, but your liver has an electromagnetic field. And all those fields are working together as an information system. And you have the same kind of biofield that I have.
So now with that baseline, the question becomes simple. If Jill reaches coherence in her body when she's healing, can the person she's working on reach it too? And that question was important to Tim as well.
I still, as does Jill, want to find some people who will put it into a context of scientific process or method.
Dr. Leah Lagos was the expert who investigated what was happening between Jill and Tim in the lab. She's a health and performance psychologist and specializes in using highly sensitive biofeedback technology to track these subtle shifts in heart rate variability. So she measured Jill's HRV as Jill entered the healing state, a state where the heart's rhythms become more organized and coherent. Here's Dr. Lagos explaining her findings to Tim and Jill. This was captured on film in the upcoming documentary titled Phenomena.
When we started, you were not in resonance with each other. You had heart rhythms that were not in synchrony, which one would expect. But at approximately 45 seconds, Jill went into resonance, and then 47 seconds, Tim went into resonance. His heart rate started to absolutely coincide and beat in the same rhythm as Jill's. And that persisted almost till the end of the session.
It's true, actually. I can feel when I go into resonance because my spine tingles, and then I can feel when you do because I feel the connection. That's when the magic happens. So it sort of bears out what I feel, but it's really good to have some data.
Knowing that Jill and Tim fall into coherence raises a larger question for this episode. Why does coherence matter? And I asked Jill about some of the most exciting emerging research where energy healers have been doing work on cancer cells in the lab.
And what they found was that when the healer did their technique, the cancer cells moved towards each other, and the ones that were being worked on made a number of changes that meant they were going into senescence and they were reversing the cancer.
Senescence is when a cell stops reproducing and loses its cancer-like behavior.
I was really fascinated by the idea that they moved together. Because if you think about it, a cancer cell is a cell that has forgotten it's in community. It's like riding roughshod over everything, getting where it's going. It's like a narcissistic cell. And so something about this prompt, this energetic prompt, meant that the cancer cells moved together. And when they moved together, I think they calibrated each other, and the cancer cell became part of the community again.
They were in coherence, just like Jill and Tim. And that's why all of this matters.
And while I was mulling this over and wondering what this all meant, I had a patient with terminal cancer. And she came to me for end-of-life care, and I had just learned this. And I began to regret that I'd spent my career in medicine, just like everybody else, teaching people using battling language. And I realized, we should be encouraging coherence, because as your body communicates better internally, it cleans up. And so I explained this to this patient, and she was game. And so we developed a series of exercises for her to do that included breath work.
Consciousness can have a physical impact on somebody else's body is a pretty wild proposition.
That's psychologist Adam Hanley, director of the Complementary Health Innovation Lab. He studies consciousness, pain, and the mind's influence on the body. And Adam wasn't looking into energy healing at all when he was asked to do a study on Reiki.
So I have no history with energy healing. I have no history with Reiki. My usual topics of research are mindfulness in the context of pain management and addiction.
So even though Adam didn't know much about energy healing going in, he recently led a team of researchers at the University of Utah and Harvard that put Reiki to the test. They worked with 164 people with chronic knee osteoarthritis, comparing 4 different treatments or paths: Reiki, pretend Reiki that they called Fakey, a mindfulness group, and then just a standard control group, sitting on a waiting list, maybe answering some questions or filling out questionnaires. So to really understand what Reiki may or may not be doing in the body, they needed a control group to undergo treatment that looked like Reiki, but without any healing intention behind it. They called this fakie, and Adam explains how they created this sham condition.
We just had our lead Reiki healer go through a healing session like they would naturally, and we videotaped it. And then we had all of our fakie providers just learn and follow those exact movements, just try to make it as similar as possible.
So the fakie healers were just faking the Reiki hand movements over the patients with no conscious intention to heal.
To try to sort of block any sort of subconscious energetic movement or healing intention, we had our fakie folks count backwards by sevens from 1,000 to keep them occupied.
And then, so what did the mindfulness group do?
The mindfulness arm, participants came in, they learned a little bit about the mindfulness technique that we're going to be guided through.
A typical mindfulness practice involves slowing the breath and noticing sensations, letting thoughts come and go without reacting. That calm shift in physiology can allow the body to move out of stress and into healing.
And then they did that mindfulness practice for about 10 to 15 minutes, and they talked with their provider for 5 to 10 minutes afterwards, kind of about the experience.
So the patients were randomized into the mindfulness, Reiki, and fakie treatment groups, and none of them knew that they could be receiving a fake Reiki treatment for their pain. So Adam, what were the outcomes?
A 30% decrease in chronic pain is considered clinically meaningful. Over the full course of the trial, from baseline to 1 month after treatment ended, mindfulness decreased pain by about 38%, Reiki decreased by about 32%, fakie by 20%. Reiki decreased pain to a significantly greater degree than the fakie, but it wasn't inert.
Human presence alone is medicinal. Just being cared for can change physiology, which may be why the fakie session worked a bit. But the fact that Reiki produced significantly stronger effects suggests that something more is happening.
So just having somebody kind of wave their hands and count backwards by sevens made people feel better over time. Reiki is doing a little bit more.
What intrigued Adam wasn't just the pain scores, but the possibility that something about the state of consciousness in a Reiki session was showing up in the data.
So we had participants rate the type of experiences they had during their Reiki sessions. 55% of the folks in the Reiki reported their boundaries dissolved between themselves and the healer. 26% in the fakie condition, 14% in mindfulness.
So more than half of the Reiki group felt their boundaries with the healer dissolve, a level of connection not seen in the fakie or mindfulness groups.
50% of the folks in the Reiki condition reported feeling sensations of waves of energy, whereas 30% felt them in fakie, which is interesting, and only 17% in mindfulness. This one was also crazy. 32% of the Reiki folks
are photons of light that are emitted from all of the cells of the body, and they're not controversial. Most people don't know about them, but they're not controversial in terms of their existence. And if we can measure these biofield emanations from the body, it may help us with the diagnosis of disease and ultimately with treatment as well.
So I think what we've just heard is stunning, that energy healing influenced cancer cells in a positive way in a petri dish. So there's no human mind or expectation to placebo or mess with the results. And the scientists also measured changes in the electrical behavior of those cells. And they measured shifts in their shape and structure. And they saw effects that science has yet been able to explain. So for me, the question becomes, how does a cell register that something is happening? And to start answering that, I think we have to zoom inside the cell to the mitochondria. And that's a structure that most of us learned about in school as the powerhouse of the cell. But some researchers believe that mitochondria may be doing far more than keeping us alive. And that idea is coming from a Columbia University scientist, Dr. Martin Picard. He's trained in computational biology and psychosocial oncology, and his research around mitochondria might reshape how we understand healing. So here's Dr. Martin Picard.
The cell has a shell around it. Then there's a nucleus, which has the DNA, half from mom, half from dad, and then the mitochondria. Inside the cell, there are hundreds and sometimes thousands of these little mitochondria. They're like antennas. And when they receive information, they integrate that information a bit like an intracellular brain. Very important cellular decisions are actually made by mitochondria, not by the nucleus.
And if mitochondria might help a cell to know what's happening around it, the question is, where's that information coming from?
Towards the end of my PhD, I thought, if there's an underlying field of consciousness, there's a chance that mitochondria is actually the portal.
A portal, the space where something immaterial, like consciousness, might be actually interacting with the physical body.
The real distinguishing factor between someone that's alive and a dead body, a cadaver, is not the molecules, it's not the cells, it's not the brain or the neurons or whatever, it's the flow of energy. Mitochondria are the source of energy so that we can live and feel and think and, move and grow and age and die. So mitochondria, I started to think maybe they're the portal between subjective states of mind and whatever we call consciousness and the physical molecular reality of the body.
A single cell can contain hundreds or thousands of mitochondria, and together they form a sensing network, constantly receiving and integrating signals.
They're there like antennas, and they're sensing energy, metabolic signals, electromagnetic fields, and other types of energies, light. And then when they receive information, they integrate that information, a bit like an intracellular brain.
And that brings us back to biophotons. They're tiny flashes of light emitted by living cells, like David described earlier. And some early research suggests that mitochondria may use these light signals to communicate. That might be one way that healing information travels through the body.
There's good data out there showing that there is light-based communication between cells and between mitochondria. That's clearly happening under experimental condition. Whether this happens inside the body, right, and this is part of what keeps us healthy, we don't know.
So mitochondria don't just make energy, they process information and help keep each cell in conversation with the whole. Which raises the question, what happens when a cell stops listening?
What we know in cancer is that cancer cells kind of ditch their mitochondria. The mitochondria are still present, but they're not doing their job as they do in normal cells. And that seems to be a way in which cancer cells disconnect from the cell collective. If you think like, what is cancer? Cancer is basically a cell that used to be part of the cell collective, right? The body that we enjoy, this is a cell collective where every cell is kind of in a social contract with every other cell. And then if you break the social contract and you go
deeper recesses of the divine which bottom out beyond our capacity even to imagine what it is like. But it's always more in the direction that we're going, but it breaks through the capacity of the mind to capture the nature of the divine.
And this is what you refer to as the transpersonal.
The transpersonal. And where the mind, it's truly mysterious. Mysterious, that word has become debased because of the murder mystery. A murder mystery isn't a mystery at all. It's a problem that has to be solved. But a true mystery is one where it's a problem where the more you understand about it, the more you see how much there is that you do not understand. So it's like knowledge and awareness of ignorance moving at the same pace. The larger the island of knowledge, the longer the shoreline of wonder. Well, you see, in this notion, what they call it the God beyond qualities, because every quality we name is finite. But this is a divine and an ultimate that breaks through all those conceptualizations.
And the understanding of that was a major breakthrough for you.
To see the divine in that, it's just plenitude that outstripped the capacities of the mind to track, was exhilarating.
Dr. Houston Smith, our time is just about up right now, but I really want to thank you for being with me and for sharing so much of yourself personally in this way, and I look forward to continued conversations with you because I'm sure there's a wealth of stories there, and I'll enjoy sharing them very much. Thank you for being with me.
You're most welcome.
And thank you very much for being with us.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the new Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. You can now download all 8 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Is protected in the afterlife. So I think that this is sort of this modern sickness is taking us out of our environment and trying to see us as just kind of meat machines somehow, whereas I think the rest of the animal kingdom are well meshed into the interactions and the interrelationships and kind of part of them, just flowing with them, but we are kind of sticking out and not quite sure what to do with ourselves. And the more seriously we take ourselves and the more separate we feel, the more we suffer and the sicker we become, because I think that we are only as strong or only as happy as our environment and our community.
The sleep temples and the rituals around the Asclepian traditions and probably earlier traditions even in Egypt, for example, are still late developments. As I read your book, humanity had been around for tens of thousands of years, I presume, before even the oldest temples, say at Göbekli Tepe, were ever developed. But before the development of temples, I'm under the impression that the caves, where there's cave art, were used as chambers for initiation. And I'm under the impression that people would go into those caves for the purpose of dreaming.
Yeah, Peter Kingsley talks about incubation happening in caves and relates it to how if an animal is wounded, it will go back to its lair and just lie very still until healing occurs, because most illnesses, most conditions, most wounds will heal themselves given rest and darkness and the right amount of time. So I think that incubation may be born out of that, may be born out of sleeping in caves for long periods of time. It's hard to know, whether there's some theories that human beings used to hibernate. In fact, before we became modern human beings, that the pre-human beings went through this phase of hibernation, like a lot of animals do, and so dreaming may have been happening there. But I think the earliest rituals around incubation may have involved sleeping near to people that have been buried, sleeping near or on top of graves. So at Çatalhöyük, there's very intentional sleeping platform building on top of the intramural burials. So skeletons of people are found very intentionally placed underneath where people would have slept. And so I think that it makes sense to me that this was some way of keeping people in the family by sleeping and dreaming with people in the family, and that everyone has experienced dreaming with somebody that has passed away, having a very real interaction with them. And they are often very healing experiences as well. So I think it's a way of keeping ancestral memory alive. And then you have developments of things like necromancy. So the deceased are thought to know the future because they are existing in an underworld, and the underworld, according to some cosmologies, is where the sun goes at the end of every day. The new day, the future day, is being decided and generated from the underground. So anyone who is dead has special access to secrets about things that are going to happen. So that seems to be a recurrent theme, that the dead know the future, and if you can dream with the dead, then you can learn the future from them.
You use the word initiation very specifically in the title of your book, and I am under the ecstasy.
Yeah, that's quite a common theme in the Asclepian, actually, sex with snakes. And I think one of the things that's really interested me is how things like sex or orgasm, certain eating food or drinking drinks act as kind of agents of transformation in the dream space, because you anticipate that some sort of transformation is going to take place. So one of the things that I'm super interested in, because my main area of research is in the history and culture of dreaming, and dreaming for healing and divinatory purposes. So I'm part of a board that is organizing the Delphic Dream Symposium in Delphi next year, where the whole theme is precognitive oracular dreaming. But one of the things that's well documented from the Asclepian tradition is that a dream itself can offer a spontaneous healing event. And that's one of the things I've been super fascinated by, because I've had dreams where I feel like I've had a spontaneous healing event. Hard to prove, because there's never been anything massively wrong with me, touch wood. So, but it's felt like a personal, fantastic healing event. I had a dream where I met Ahura Mazda, the Zoroastrian god of light, and he walked into my body and twirled open my DNA spirals and walked down them like a ladder, and having a lucid experience of that, and having a experience of your body being irradiated with light. I can well understand how people in ancient sleep temples in the Asclepia, having a dream interaction with the god Asclepius, healing them, would have a profound effect on them in real life. So, for example, in the Asclepia, we have stories of Asclepius appearing to patients in their dreams. These establishments were running for hundreds and hundreds of years as well, so they must have been quite effective. We know that the physicians and the therapists there were practicing real medicine, and they were performing operations, but there are still also accounts of Asclepius spontaneously healing people. And one of the things I've considered is that when you are sleeping, and lucid dreaming is recognized as being this kind of blended state of wakefulness or alertness, of consciousness, and an REM state. But when we're asleep, we do have certain genes that are switched on, that are only ever switched on during sleep, that are implicated in homeostasis. And homeostasis is the balancing detoxification process that we go through every night to kind of restore or balance and repair cellular damage and these kinds of processes. So I've often thought that combination, that sort of great foundational state of having these genes switched on that can heal the body, and also having the direct experience of being healed by a god in a dream simultaneously, that's got to be like the best conditions ever for a faith healing response, because you're absolutely there and the god is working on you. We know they were using things like opium fumigation. They had a kind of not rudimentary, but a natural concoction to anaesthetize patients, and some of the descriptions of the patients, or I know of at least one description of a patient, sounds a lot like he woke up halfway through being operated upon, and tried to fight his way off the table and then was anaesthetized again. So Dioscorides talks about bruised mandrake steeped in wine, and Hippocrates
contact experience, and she's a woman who was plagued all her life with these terrible nightmares, but at one point she said, I'm tired of being pushed around, and she decided to no longer be afraid of what was happening, and she discovered that the entities that were once terrifying her now became guides and teachers and introduced her to, this whole realm.
Do you know the Lucia number 3, a hypnagogic light machine? Have you heard about this, Donya? Oh, well, I'm friends with the inventors of that. It's this hypnagogic light machine that gives you kind of like a psychedelic visual journey.
I have experienced something like that. I didn't know the name of it, but yes, amazing experiences.
So the inventors of the Lucia one are called Dirk Prockel and Engelbert Winkler, and they are really good fun. And Engelbert Winkler told me that he invented this way to reliably have lucid dreams, and it's basically pretending that you've got sleep paralysis until you have a lucid dream. And it sounds too simple to work, but I think a huge part of sleep paralysis is fear. And as soon as you start to become fearful, the sensation of oppression builds and builds and builds. But you can use sleep paralysis as a springboard, if you're not scared, to go off into lucid dreaming quite easily. The same thing happens in nightmares. Like when we, a lot of the reason why children become good at lucid dreaming is because they have nightmares and they learn how to either wake up from them or stop them from being scary. And a lot of kids will fight a demon or a scary thing. But the best thing is always to like really love it and not be scared of it and think it's funny or think it's silly. And then you transform it. And when you learn that as a child, I think quite often you can end up having a lifetime of lucid dreams because you understand and you've had an embodied experience of how your feeling directly interacts with the environment and the other entities within that environment that then come to meet you.
What you're describing is a technique I seem to recall back in the 1970s when Charlie Tart's book Altered States of Consciousness was published. There was a chapter about what was at the time called Sonoy dream culture, about a tribal group, I think somewhere in Indonesia or Malaysia, where every morning they would all get together and share their dreams, and children were being taught, if something scary happens, embrace it, don't run away from it. Then I think it was Kilton Stewart was the anthropologist who wrote that article, and then later people debunked it and said, no, the Sonoy don't do that, or they don't even exist. I was never quite clear about it.
Yeah, no, I can't remember whether they existed or not. But there was a lot of writing in the 80s when I was growing up about lucid dreaming. And I remember the first thing I ever read was Stephen LeBurge's books. And I remember being fascinated by him doing retreats to Hawaii and thinking that would be like the most exciting thing ever. So now I'm running my own retreats, but in Greece. And I think in Greece, in Turkey, in Egypt, and something really fun happens when you get groups of people all dreaming together and talking about their dreams, and you start to really feel like you're actually living in a dream, or your waking life is a dream. And one thing that's happened to me recently is it does seem a little bit like my dream life and my real life have kind of turned for the water of life, because the last 2 retreats that I've done have all been about finding the water of life in dreams. And so the more dream-like life feels, the more exciting, and the more exciting dreams you have, I think.
As I mentioned earlier, I can attest there's a very thin boundary between the waking and dreaming life, and you can live a dream if you're open to it. I know in my case, I guess I incubated this dream that changed my life, but it took months. I was in agony searching for a solution to a particular problem I've talked about elsewhere, but it only after about 2 or 3 months of real focused trying to solve this problem did the dream come.
One of the things I say about lucid dreamers actually is they tend to be good at problem solving. And I can see that. I think a bit like I've got a lot of friends who are psychedelic researchers, and they talk about one of the positive aspects of psychedelics is that they give you this overview, or the overview effect, the same effect that astronauts have when they travel into space and they look back and they see the Earth. And I had a dream once that I was standing on the moon and I was looking at the Earth, and I saw the Earth turn on its axis. And I had this experience the next day when I woke up, because I got really into waking up in time to see the sunrise. And this dream gave me that direct experience. It was a lucid dream. It gave me this same direct experience that an astronaut would have, so that every time I see the sunset, I feel myself in space turning on the earth, and it's a completely different feeling. And so I think dreams are brilliant at also providing that overview effect. It's I think it's a good tool for getting over trauma or personal tragedy, or finding closure in relationships. I've had good dreams when relationships have ended, for example, like dreams that help me find closure and self-satisfy, or a kind of self-therapy. I think they're extremely useful.
On the cover of your book is the Egyptian symbol for the Ka. And in your introduction, you talk about the importance of the Ka. In fact, even more than that, I had a very strange experience when I sent you an email yesterday, because you responded, and the way my email program works, it gave me a summary of your response, and in it said, "May your Ka be strong." And I thought, oh, she's sending me a very interesting personal message. And I wonder what that's all about. And then I discovered that's part of your email signature. It wasn't directed explicitly to me, but I didn't know that at first. But let's talk about the Ka. It's obviously very important to you.
The Ka, for me, I guess, for me, it's the creative force. So it's like the creative animating force that propels us or directs us through life. And the Egyptians conceived of these various different dimensions of the human organism and entity. And there are about 8 there, depending on kind of which books you're reading. You have the Ba, the Ka, the Shat, the Ak. There's all these different components. But I think for me, like the Ba and the Ka are the most significant. So they are the soul as the Ba, the human-headed bird that flies off after death. And the Ka is this creative life force, this kind of energy, this like lust for life, I think. And one of the things that I find really interesting, so in my book, it's a combination of He and Ka. So Heka, which is the Egyptian word for magic, and hieroglyphs. And I found that hieroglyphs really affected my dreams, because the hieroglyphic writing system of images, pictorial images that have phonetic values, are very sympathetic to the kinds of novel associations that you make, the rapid novel associations you make whilst you're dreaming. So I found that hieroglyphs instantly entered my dream space, because they just make sense to dreams, because they're images. They also have phonetic values, and you can't help but make novel associations based upon pictorial and phonetic values. So to get to your point about the Ka is, I guess it's your like energy body in some way, you might say. You know, it's that animated force that keeps you alive. And it's something that we need to consider with dreaming, because our dreaming body is as sensitive to outside stimuli as our waking body. So one of the things that really impacts and influences dreams is your environment, the sounds, the temperature, the smells even, all affect your dreams. One of a really good technique for lucid dreaming is introducing certain scents into your environment. One of the things I do sometimes is I'm living in a hotel room at the moment in Istanbul, and I have like fresh coffee on my bedside table, like in a little pouch, and I can smell it in my dream, and it promotes this sort of alertness without actually being like a stimulant. But something like rosemary as well has been found to really enhance your memory, and any supplement, any food type that enhances your memory tends to be quite good for dreaming. But I think olfaction is one of the aspects that gets forgotten about a lot in terms of how that affects our consciousness.
Your book is so rich. I learned so many things from it. I realize even in having this very detailed conversation with you, we're just scratching the surface. One of the points you raised in your book, it was just a passing remark, but it really stuck with me, is that there's a new discipline coming up with all sorts of data about how human beings are. It's called geopsychology. We're so influenced by our environment in ways that we hardly can begin to appreciate.
I think that's one of the things that really strikes me about the Asclepia, and why I think the Asclepia is so incredibly sophisticated, because it's more than a sleep temple. It's an holistic healing sanctuary. So the whole place is conceived to heal the person that enters it. It's a sacred precinct. So the whole place, and it feels like when you visit the one in Epidavros, for example, the one down the road from me, it feels like a divine city. So it's buffered from reality by this sacred grove all the way around it. So you pass through that sacred grove and you're then in divine time, in divine space, and your body becomes divine. Your humors balance. You go to the theatre. You experience catharsis by watching plays. You cleanse your body. You become part of your environment. You become a reflection of the environment that you find yourself in. You have to look at studies of things like there was the famous study of if you put rats in an enriched environment, in a pleasant environment, they don't develop addictions, and then the ones that are in horrible, gnarly places do. And you look at rich people all look so well put together because they don't ever have to struggle. They live in beautiful places. They can afford to do lovely things. And so environment is really a huge part of healing. I look at modern hospitals, at least in England these days, and I think this is where I would go when I'm just about ready to die because it's miserable and I would feel ill if I was in a hospital and you're fed horrible food and there's no...
Well, we had the 50th anniversary a couple of years ago.
That's a long time.
Yes, and it's still going. And of course, since then I've introduced cranial electrical stimulation and photostimulation and the scalar energy focused, and the most important of all, gamma producing pulsed electromagnetic frequency.
So now gamma is a very fast brainwave, is it not?
Well, it goes from upper 30s to 100, but the optimal level is 40 cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And our device is the only one that I know that safely puts the brain into gamma. Well, gamma was first enthusiastically reported in long-standing Buddhist priests who spent hours a day in meditation. And healthy people do produce gamma when they're meditating, when they're in a mood of what I would call peaceful creation. But when they are on any drug, practically, when they have any illness, they don't produce much gamma. And worst of all is opioid addicts. They have absolutely no gamma.
You use some sort of a pulse device that entrains the brain with the gamma ray, or not gamma ray, the gamma frequency.
Exactly. Basically, many years ago, I had an intuitive hit that the chakras had certain frequencies. It just came to me out of the blue. And I wrote it all down. And I said, well, the first chakra will be 7.83 cycles because that's our frequency. And maybe each additional chakra would be another 7.83. So it would go from that to 7 times 7.83. And my guide said, but Norman, we're not clones. So people do have a little variation, plus or minus 2. So we wrote it down from 5.83 to 7 times 7.83 plus 2, which is 5.83 to 56.81. And I finally found an electrical engineer 3 years ago who produced the device for me. And so we started using it for diabetic neuropathy pain and other kinds of things. And about, 26 months ago, I suddenly thought, wonder what it does to the brain. And we tested it. And Jeff, even when you're sitting on the device, your brain is in gamma. Now, some higher concentration of gamma when it's on your head. But anywhere this is on your body, it puts the brain into gamma. So it is phenomenal. So then we took 10 recent opioid addicts who were in prison. And they had already been drawn, but they had cravings out the gazoo. And we asked them to volunteer to try this. They fell in love with it immediately. They were supposed to do it an hour a day. They almost all did it 2 hours or more a day. And within 3 months, they were already significantly free of cravings. And by 12 months, the cravings were gone for the first time since they became addicts 23 years ago.
So the device itself is pulsed electromagnetic energy, is that correct?
That is correct. And there are a dozen or more devices that put out that. And what it does You know, every cell in your body, when it's healthy and at rest, has a minus 70 millivolt charge. If it goes down to minus 60 or minus 50, then it may be hyperactive. If it goes to minus 90, it's inactive. And so in all diseases, mostly the cells are down at minus 50. And another person in New Hampshire during the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
And when you say you knew, did that mean that you were flooded with the actual memories, or was it more of just an intuitive knowing?
Both. I mean, when I went to London, I get in a cab and I said, take me to the College of Surgeons. The cab turned right and I said, no, left. The cab says, he said, the surgeons are not there. I said, left. And he took me to the building that I intuitively felt. And I walked in the building and I knew every room in it.
It was the same building, the College of Surgeons still.
Exactly.
That's quite remarkable. So when you talk about energy medicine, you really mean to include what we might call spiritual energies.
Well, of course, that's the ultimate energy, isn't it? It's not just body and mind, it is soul and spirit.
Well, how do you, for example, when you talk about the use of the gamma stimulation, and how that came to you through working with a spiritual guide, what's the relationship between an electromagnetic pulsed energy and a spiritual energy?
Well, I think spiritual energy is really working at that scale level. And one of my favorite thoughts is, every time I breathe, I am inhaling millions of space the size of a helium molecule. And if I just encourage my brain to transmute that can heal me. That's one of my favorite meditations.
Now, I know you also wrote a book, I think it was 90 Days to Perfect Health. So you practice self-healing.
Exactly. Well, actually, that was when I went back to get a PhD in psychology to understand self-control, self-regulation, autogenic training. And I developed what I call biogenics, which is now 60 some odd exercises mentally to retrain the brain and body.
And you've been practicing them now for many, many decades.
Well, since 1972.
And look at you today. I believe you're 87 and still maintaining an active medical practice.
And every morning, for your information, I get up and after I feed my dog, I do 2 hours of moderately vigorous physical exercise. I can get my heart rate up to 140 and I sweat hard and I love it.
Well, you look great.
I feel good.
Yeah, I know you've also written a book, is it Life Beyond 100, I think is the title?
Now, you've brought up one of my most interesting topics. I suddenly had an idea in 2005, if we could only keep our DHEA up and our calcitonin up and our free radicals down, we ought to live 160 years. And I proved that we could regenerate telomeres. If you're a healthy person, your telomeres, the tips of your DNA, shrink 1% average every year of life. Well, I developed 3 specific techniques that on average will regrow your telomeres 3.5% every year. That can heal me. That's one of my favorite meditations.
Now, I know you also wrote a book, I think it was 90 Days to Perfect Health. So you practice self-healing.
Exactly. Well, actually, that was when I went back to get a PhD in psychology to understand self-control, self-regulation, autogenic training. And I developed what I call biogenics, which is now 60 some odd exercises mentally to retrain the brain and body.
And you've been practicing them now for many, many decades.
Well, since 1972.
And look at you today. I believe you're 87 and still maintaining an active medical practice.
And every morning, for your information, I get up, and after I feed my dog, I do 2 hours of moderately vigorous physical exercise. I can get my heart rate up to 140, and I sweat hard, and I love it.
Well, you look great.
I feel good.
Yeah, I know you've also written a book, is it Life Beyond 100, I think is the title?
Now, you've brought up one of my most interesting topics. I suddenly had an idea in 2005, if we could only keep our DHEA up and our calcitonin up and our free radicals down, we ought to live 160 years. And I proved that we could regenerate telomeres. If you're a healthy person, your telomeres, the tips of your DNA, shrink 1% average every year of life. Well, I developed 3 specific techniques that on average will regrow your telomeres 3.5% every year. And then about 8 months ago, I was talking to some people who produce patches to stimulate acupuncture points instead of needles or oils. And they said it activates your stem cells. And I said, look, we ought to find out whether it regenerates your telomeres. So we did a small project with just 15 people where we used just 1 patch a day and moved it between 2 acupuncture points. And Jeff, there was a whopping 8% regrowth or regeneration of the telomeres in 6 months. So we just started. I've done half of it already. Just got 30 new people already in a 60 person. And to me, this is the most exciting research I've ever done in my life. I mean, imagine 8% growth of your telomeres in 6 months. Wow.
Now, let's explain for our viewers a little more about the significance of telomeres. I believe you said earlier they are like molecules that are attached to the DNA.
Exactly. And they're there because in your life, every cell in your body, as long as you're healthy and alive, is reproduced. I mean, skin cells are reproduced within days, blood cells within weeks, and even the brain. Every neuron in your brain is reproduced in at least 7 years. So when you're 49 years old, you've got 7 times you've replaced your brain totally. But in healthy individuals, they wear out. I mean, it's like the eraser on your pencil. It gets used up by regrowing them. And I think to some extent, and it turns out that stimulating fire, earth, and crystal electrically was my first discovery of rejuvenating the telomeres. And in 2011, one day, just like that, I said, there's got to be a better way, because it would take up to an hour a day to do it electrically.
And these are a way of looking at the acupuncture points, if I recall correctly.
Exactly. The ring of fire is essentially the same as an acupuncture series called the Chung Mo. And I've actually been using the Chung Mo since the early 90s to help men who are infertile restore their fertility. So it raises DHEA, the ring of fire. So in 30 seconds, just pushing an oil into these 12 acupuncture points, 30 seconds a day, you can raise your DHEA 60%.
So the oil was more effective than needle stimulation or electrical stimulation.
Well, more effective in time, especially. I mean, to take 20 minutes, most people won't take 20 minutes to save their life practically. But the electricity will raise it, but it's time consuming.
Did you say there are 5 circuits, 5 rings?
Yes. All of those came to me, from my guide. It started in 1995. And over a period of 4 or 5 years, I got all 5 of them. And that's when I proved initially that it would work with electrical stimulation. Oh, by the way, in that electrical stimulation, it had to be human DNA frequency. Human DNA resonates at 52 to 78 billion cycles a second at a billionth of a watt. And one of my electrical devices that I developed back in those days was the gigatens, which puts out those frequencies at that low intensity.
Because that's an extraordinarily high frequency.
It is, but that's according to Ukrainian physicists. That is human DNA frequency, and that's what we need. And by doing, another one of my inventions is something I call the Rejuva matrix. It's a mattress which puts out those frequencies, but that low, at a billionth of a watt. Lying on that while you sleep for an hour a night can regenerate your telomeres 3.5%.
Well, is that 3.5% per year? Is that what?
3.5% in a year. But you don't have to do anything but lie on it.
Yeah. And if otherwise, if I recall from your writing, telomeres normally decline at a rate of 1% a year.
That is correct. So we're actually 4.5% better than average.
So do you sleep on this device yourself?
I do. I have for, at least 12 years.
So you're really doing everything on almost every level, from the spiritual to the electromagnetic, to the exercise, to the nutritional supplements, to keep yourself in tip-top condition.
Well, I got married when I was 26 years of age, and I've always thought that was my peak year of vitality, if you will. Honestly, I still feel mentally and physically as good as I did at age 26.
You look great, and we're certainly having a very interesting, coherent conversation.
Well, my brain still functions pretty well. My body functions extremely well. And I get 8 hours of sleep every night.
Well, Norman Shealy, this has been a delightful conversation.
Productive way to look at the world. And that is the way that I prefer.
Well, you talk about, amongst other things, gravity as being an example of love. That you reference the moon, for example, quite a bit, and the way it seems to constantly circle the Earth, the centrifugal force of the moon and the gravitational pull of the Earth balance perfectly.
Well, that's true. I mean, I look at what scientists call gravity, what was proposed by Newton and called gravity. We don't really understand what that is. We just know that it exists. But it's really in a power of allurement. At least you could look at it this way. It's a power of allurement. So what is it? What is that force that makes the moon want to circle around the Earth? I don't know. But what is that force that makes the Earth want to circle around the sun? It's a power of allurement. So you could call it gravity, but that's a very grave term. So why don't we call it love?
Isaac Newton, as I understand, was really puzzled by gravity. It didn't make sense to him. He thought of it as action at a distance. It didn't seem to fit normal Newtonian mechanics at all.
Yeah.
And it's still a mystery today. It's the big issue in physics. Can we unify gravity with quantum physics?
Well, if you're talking about physics, just change subjects, but stay on physics. The physics term that I think is the best way of describing love is quantum entanglement. So this is, this came from Bell's theorem. So particles that are separated, they can be separated any distance, but they still maintain an inverse relationship to each other. How do they do that? Well, there was one dialogue circle where he's now in the spirit world, Phil Duran. He was a physicist. He was also of Tigua descent. So he was a native physicist. There was another one, Fred Begay, who worked in Los Alamos labs. He never was in our dialogue circle, but we knew about him. And these native physicists, what Phil said is, That's the nature's way of saying, I shall always be your Valentine. The particles that, no matter how far they're separated, maintain their relationship with each other. I thought that was very sweet. I thought that's actually what love is.
It seems to me to be an expression of the fundamental principle that, to my knowledge, mystics of every culture and every age have said, that we are one with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and in your wonderful work, Jeff, one of the things that you've done that I really appreciate is when you've worked with people that have had a so-called near-death experience, which is a death experience, but because we think of time as a line, and we think of, you were born and you died at a certain time, so we think, oh, okay, we'll call it near-death. Yeah. It's really a death experience.
I think of it as the early stages of moving into the Bardo planes.
Okay, all right, that's a good way of looking at it. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that you discovered is that people often report a cosmic level of oneness when they're in that so-called near-death experience. Yeah. And that, I think, is something that we need to aspire to in life. Mm-hmm. And I said somewhere in Original Love, and I think it was in chapter 1, which was pretty channeled through me. Obviously, birth is a bloody affair. Mm-hmm. And amongst the Japanese, when I turned 60, my wife Tomoko threw me a Kanreiki birthday party. Mm. And the color that Japanese wear when they turn 60 is red. Mm. And that's because they consider age 60 to be a rebirth. And birth itself is a bloody affair, so that's why they wear red.
It seems to me that when we talk about love, we have to confront the opposite at the same time. If we lived in a universe that was only love, well, you might say we're in heaven or we're having a near-death experience. But here in the physical realm, everybody suffers a certain amount of trauma, a certain amount of pain, a certain amount of suffering. Sometimes it's very minimal, sometimes it's enormous, but nobody is free from it.
Mm. So what is the opposite of love for you? Is it fear or is it hate?
I interviewed many years ago Jerry Jampolsky, who had a bestseller in his book, Love is Letting Go of Fear. So I'm inclined, I would go with fear, but there's also indifference. Indifference can often be the opposite of love.
There's no doubt that we're going to go through strife. We suffer. Yeah. We suffer. The Buddha understood that. We all understand that. We've lived it. Mm-hmm. But you introduced me saying I live a charmed life, and mostly I do, because I do wake up every day, and it's such a blessing to be alive. And I learned this from indigenous peoples. I learned this from grandfather Leon Secatero, probably the most. And he would make a prayer to the 4 directions. But when he prayed to the west, he prayed to the ancestors, and he was thankful for everything that had happened to bring him to this moment in time. Mm-hmm. Everything that had happened. And he's the same person who in his lineage, his people had suffered during the 1860s. Kit Carson came and he rounded up the Navajo from Canyon de Chelly and walked them 300 miles to Fort Sumner on what's called the Long Walk. And before they walked them, they burned the fruit trees and starved them, so they were walking in a greatly weakened state, and a lot of them died along the way. And then they were supposedly going to become farmers, which is not the way that they lived before. Leon, he actually had gotten past historical trauma. Mm-hmm. Now, this is a very delicate subject to bring up. He told me that himself, but he didn't say that publicly. And I guess I am now, but he's in the spirit world now. And I think the reason why he didn't say it publicly is because everybody's in a different place. And there's a lot of people who haven't got past historical trauma, and he didn't want to belittle in any way what they're going through.
People are in pain. Many people are in pain and suffering. I hear from viewers on a regular basis who post comments on this channel to the effect that they would like to be dead. And they certainly don't want to be reborn. They think that this life on this planet is nothing but pure suffering. I've certainly heard from many viewers who have suffered from physical and sexual abuse since childhood, and then it continues as they become adults and their life.
Plankton and the plants and trees are giving out just the right amount of oxygen to us that we're giving back to them. The water is keeping us alive, and water is, I think that hurts my heart the most. Water has been despoiled more than any other element that I know of in my lifetime. Because when I was a kid, I was 15 years old, 14 actually, going around Spain, stopping at places called Agua Fresca, because I'm Aragon Spanish and Basque and Jewish. Those are my roots. And my Spanish relatives, I was going around the mountains areas of the High Pyrenees, and we would stop the places that they knew were Agua Fresca. And I just feel like most people are not doing that anymore because the water's been spoiled. Maybe still in the High Pyrenees it's okay, but in a lot of places it's not.
In many places you cannot get clean water.
You can't get clean water. Yeah. And that's really a horrible thing because water is life. In fact, Grandmother Flor de Mayo would say that the essence of water is love and light. Mm-hmm. That appeals to me. I don't know how she came to that conclusion, but I love it.
We're about 70% water, the human body?
Yeah, we are. People think of rocks. They always think of rocks as immovable, solid, that they don't change.
Rock solid.
Rock solid. But of course they change. I mean, we get the Rocky Mountains. The mountains rise, and then they also erode, and they go all the way into sand. And that's why, William Blake talking about holding eternity in the palm of a hand is very appealing because it's true. Mm-hmm. It's true. So I've always, I once presented at a conference called SAND, Science and Non-Duality in California.
Yeah, it's a well-known conference.
And I told the presenters, I think they thought I was joking, but I wasn't. I told them, you should use sand timers. Your conference is called SAND. Yeah. You should use sand timers. If you want people to talk for 20 minutes, use the sand timer. Turn it over, and then you'll actually then that's real. Yeah. The minutes on a clock are not as real to me, because that's something that just, a day is real. The sun comes up, or I know Bucky Fuller wouldn't agree when I said that, but, sun comes up to our mind and the sun goes down. And then, but then after that, we just chop up the day into little fragments and we name things, hours, minutes. And then we balance it a little later, with a leap day and whatnot.
And I've worn a watch most of my life. Our lives become regulated by the clock.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't wear watches. And I used to run conferences without watches. But, I would also build in buffers because I really think it's important to do that in a conference, especially if some of the conferences I ran they ran themselves. Leroy Little Bear was the moderator and he, the dialogue went till its natural conclusion. Then we said it's time for lunch. Yeah. It's time to satisfy gut feelings was what he would actually say. And then we'd come back, after we would say that was more or less on a time or a schedule, but it's useful to set time, but we should also be aware that it is an illusion. And if we think about it in a way out of time, because he was probably able to reach out to other people almost simultaneously. I don't know. But he reached out to you and he gave you this very powerful message that is timeless. It's timeless, but it's also time freedom. Time freedom is important because that's the way we dream normally. When we wake up, we put it back in our normal way of thinking. The first thing we stick in there is our ego. So we even call it like the dream ego. Mm-hmm. But I really don't experience dreams that way. I don't know, maybe you experience it differently. I experience a dream as consciousness is everywhere in the dream. Everywhere. Mm-hmm. And later on, I tend to identify who I was, or I was there, and I was looking out on something else. But I don't think that's really the way I experience it while I'm dreaming. Does that make sense to you?
I'm not in your dream, so it's hard for me to say, but I'd like to come back around to ritual.
Okay,
and ceremony. I know they're very important in your life, and you close your book by suggesting to the reader a kind of a ritual involving the moon, to give thanks to the moon. And I think you close your book by suggesting the moon will hear you and the moon will respond in some way.
Well, I'll share with you something that is not in the book, which is that grandfather Leon Secatero, he's the one who told me that you can communicate psychically with other people through the moon. And if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense, because the moon is a reflector of light, and light is consciousness. You know, the indigenous people believe that anyway, that light is consciousness. And so if you send your thoughts through the moon, that's what I meant by the moon will hear you, and the moon will reflect it back to Earth. The moon is a container, almost like a crystal. A crystal contains memory, you know, which a lot of people have spoken about. The moon also contains consciousness memory. All of that. It's pretty magical, the moon. So if you were to, and I invited the readers, or for the audiobook, the listeners, to go out and right after the moon has risen, and bring an offering, because I believe that any ceremony or ritual should always include an offering. It's not a one-way conversation, it's a two-way conversation. You want to make an offering to the spirit of the moon goddess, sometimes called Grandmother Moon. So we make an offering to the moon and a prayer. And then I connected that to this amazing poem, which is by Rumi. And he talks about opening up that the moon will not use the door. The moon only uses the window. And he talks about opening up the window because he wants to feel the moon pressing against his face. And he wants to invite the moon in. But the moon never uses the door. The moon only uses the window. And I don't know, it gave me chills to read that poem. That's what reminded me of something that my wife Tomoko had told me. That was a story
a lot of her experience is spontaneous. She labeled it recurrent spontaneous PK, RSPK. But then during the video that I watched, I saw her example. She pulled out a little piece of tinfoil, what they call a psi wheel, PSI wheel, on a needle inside of a container, and by putting her hand near it, she could make it spin. And I'd seen some other people do it. I thought, I don't know if it's real or not. But when she did it, I thought, there it is. That's that thing that I could learn. And if I'm successful, then I can teach it to other people and just include it as a type of meditation that I teach to other people. Because really, it is meditative. At least the way I learned how to do it and the way I do it is very meditative. So, then I started teaching it to people, and it's been all right.
In other words, you were able to do it yourself rather quickly, I presume.
Well, I don't know if I'd say quickly. It took me about as long as it took me to have an out-of-body experience. Actually, a little sooner, but it was quite a painful process, because I remember going to the store and getting a glass container and the needle and those candles to stick it in and the tinfoil to balance on it. And my goal was to learn how to do it without touching the glass at all. I was being really hard on myself because I didn't want to fool myself. That's always the danger with psychic experiences, that we could be actually fooling ourselves, and there's some other far more natural explanation or normal explanation. And I don't want to do that to myself. So I sat there every day when I come home from work in front of this glass container, usually for half an hour, 45 minutes, or over an hour, staring at this little piece of tinfoil, trying to figure out what to do to make that little thing turn. And so I experimented day after day, and it took about 2.5 months of trying every day before it started to move. So it's kind of painful for me. And something I like to share with people is the funny thing is, after I succeeded a few times, I asked my wife if she wanted to give it a try. And she sat down and I said, well, would you like me to tell you my technique? You know, I was acting all cocky. And she said, no, let me just do it. And she sat in front of the glass container, and she just did this motion with her hand very gracefully in front of it. And then the thing started to turn right away. It's just so aggravating because she had instant success with it. But I think I know why she did. It's because she told me that for years in her dream state, and sometimes in her lucid dreams, she would practice moving objects in the dream environment. So there's something about her subconscious mind that's already open to the possibility that this could be done in the waking state. Whereas in my case, I was just, for some reason, so hard on myself, and a lot of self-doubt about, could I really do this, or am I making it up? And the interesting that happened before the first time I succeeded was, I was tired from practicing, and so I went to bed, and I laid my head down on the pillow, and as I closed my eyes, this image, it was sort of a black and white or foggy image of the tinfoil turning on the needle, arose in my mind's eye, just behind my forehead. It was completely spontaneous, and it just happened on its own. I was just trying to fall asleep, and here's this image. And then eventually faded out a few minutes later, and I fell asleep. And the next day or the day after that is when I had my first success. And what that indicates to me is maybe something had to change inside of me, perhaps on a subconscious level, before I could experience that change out there in the physical environment. And that's the best explanation I can come up with so far for what happened. But it took a lot of work, and then it got easier and easier and easier. And then I developed, I consolidated everything I learned about the process into a technique that's really easy to teach people. And when I teach for half an hour, 45 minutes, or over an hour, staring at this little piece of tinfoil, trying to figure out what to do to make that little thing turn. And so I experimented day after day, and it took about 2.5 months of trying every day before it started to move. So it's kind of painful for me. And something I like to share with people is, the funny thing is, after I succeeded a few times, I asked my wife if she wanted to give it a try. And she sat down, and I said, well, would you like me to tell you my technique? I was acting all cocky. And she said, no, let me just do it. And she sat in front of the glass container, and she just did this motion with her hand very gracefully in front of it. And then the thing started to turn right away. It's just so aggravating because she had instant success with it. But I think I know why she did. It's because she told me that for years in her dream state, and sometimes in her lucid dreams, she would practice moving objects in the dream environment. So there's something about her subconscious mind that's already open to the possibility that this could be done in the waking state. Whereas in my case, I was just, for some reason, so hard on myself, and a lot of self-doubt about, could I really do this, or am I making it up? And the interesting that happened before the first time I succeeded was, I was tired from practicing, and so I went to bed, and I laid my head down on the pillow, and as I closed my eyes, this image, it was sort of a black and white or foggy image of the tinfoil turning on the needle, arose in my mind's eye, just behind my forehead. It was completely spontaneous, and it just happened on its own. I was just trying to fall asleep, and here's this image. And then eventually faded out a few minutes later, and I fell asleep. And the next day or the day after that is when I had my first success. And what that indicates to me is maybe something had to change inside of me, perhaps on a subconscious level, before I could experience that change out there in the physical environment. And that's the best explanation I can come up with so far for what happened. But it took a lot of work, and then it got easier and easier and easier. And then I developed, I consolidated everything I learned about the process into a technique that's really easy to teach people. And when I teach people today in a classroom, probably in under 2 hours or an hour and a half, they can do everything or most everything I can do, including standing across the room and moving the object, even under a glass container. So it's very easy once they know the technique.
You struggled for months to learn how to do this, and now you're able to teach other people it within a few hours.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, honestly, because in my process of learning how to do it, I think I grew as a person psychologically, because there's a lesson there about grit, about trusting myself, about experimentation, about coming up against social beliefs or the majority belief about reality. And all of that I had to struggle with along the way. So it was quite an emotional, psychological process for me. But then when I teach someone and they learn it in under 2 hours because they have the technique right there in front of them, so I think a lot of the students don't have to go through that process, and it just happens. And there have been some cases where it happens so easily for people that they don't believe it's real. They can't believe that it could be that easy, and then they just stop practicing because they think it's something else altogether. It was just too easy.
Well, there is in parapsychology something that I call a beginner's luck effect, that very often people who are kind of naive discover they can do something really, like remote viewing, for example, the first time really well. Then it dawns on them what they've done, and the fears arise.
That's something that is not that is not a non-scientific statement.
No, that's all of perimenopause. You just described perimenopause.
The kinds of things I study with, computational experiments and things like this is kind of very mainstream from the point of view of the way that one thinks about kind of formalized science. Yet what is interesting is from within that very mainstream way of thinking about formalized science comes the message that there are limitations to what formalized science can do. And we're seeing we are a walking example of kind of the effect of computational irreducibility. We are the way we are because of sort of the details of what happened over a couple of billion years. And, when you start sort of reductionistically taking pieces out, the whole thing doesn't fit together. It's very unfortunate. It would be nice if you could just, poke us in a certain way and have everything go back to the way it was. I was a little disappointed to realize that there is sort of a fundamental computational problem in sort of solving medicine, so to speak. That it's not one of these things where it's like we're just going to find this magic cure. I mean, I think the main message actually is that sort of replacing things by regenerating them is the thing that can work, and poking them to make a change is much more difficult, which is, by the way, what biology already discovered, because that's why we have successive generations of organisms. One organism does its thing, and then we have children who do their thing. And it's like with a computer, it's like your computer is running its operating system, things go wrong, eventually it crashes, it reboots, it starts again, and all is happy.
That's what being a parent is like. You just watch them crash and reboot.
Well, that's each successive generation. You can think of being, there's a crash and then you're rebooting from the same operating system. Well, our kids aren't quite the same as us as
right.
One.
Well, this is actually what I was thinking for people who repeat the same things that were inflicted on them to their children, which we all hope that we won't. What you're actually doing is not allowing their spontaneous mutations to show how they can achieve more emotionally.
I'm wondering from your perspective, is it the problem of computational irreducibility, or is it that we actually don't know enough about how the systems work, meaning that there are probably more factors and more variables than we could have possibly tracked given how unique everyone's life is, and there's so much about how our perceptions interact with our biology that couldn't have previously been mapped, that potentially with AI now, we may be on the forefront of a explosion of new data and a better understanding of how the system operates that could give us new breakthroughs to better understand, for example, autoimmune conditions and map patterns that, for example, Gabor Mate talks about in terms of the upbringing and psychological profiles that can maybe impact how the biology is functioning.
Yeah, I mean, look, the point I'm making is that even if we know all the details about sort of the underlying biochemistry of what's happening, it's still the case that there's a fundamental problem of medicine, so to speak. It's not just that we didn't do the reductionism well enough. There's a different problem. When you put all those pieces together, they do things that aren't things that you can readily predict from just knowing the underlying rules. Now, I think, to your point about, we're this relates to, is there a language of biology, so to speak? In other words, we get all this data. Biology is absolutely drowning in data. There's tons of data. There's no theories.
There's no shortage of rats that they are breeding
Yes.
to then do experiments on and sacrifice.
Well, there's no case in terms of AI, because AI is a thing that is an alien mind. We attempt to align it. I mean, a raw neural net doesn't do human-like things. A raw neural net just hangs out and has random bits flying around. After you train the neural net, you can align it to do things that are quite human-like tell pictures of cats from pictures of dogs and so on. And then the question is, well, so now we've got kind of this mind that we can sort of experiment with, that we can align with our mind by training it in the right way. I've done some little experiments which are kind of like artificial neuroscience experiments, where you take a trained neural net and you say, let's say it's a neural net that makes pictures of cats. You've told it to make a picture of a cat. The ordinary neural net makes a picture of a cat. Now you start sort of, changing pieces of that neural net. So you make it go from a mind that was aligned with a human mind to sort of an alien mind by changing the innards of the network.
Okay, does it make a cat?
It does not make a cat. It starts off making a cat, but as you start changing it, it actually, one of the more bizarre things that happens if you just increase the weights in this neural net, the picture it makes looks like it's blowing its mind. It starts, the cat starts turning into funny colors, and it kind of puffs out, and it's very bizarre. It really is. It's something where you're seeing sort of in this, as you see it going to a more alien mind, it is producing a thing which we can still see it's a collection of pixels, but it looks less and less like what we would recognize as a cat. And one of the things to realize is that to me, it's like there's in some part of the sort of space of things it can produce, this picture of a cat, there's a lot of other stuff it can produce. The way I think about it is, there's things like cats that we have words to describe. There's lots of stuff out there that we don't have words to describe. I tend to call that interconcept space. It's kind of there's little islands, tiny islands actually, that we have sort of human language to describe, and vast domains that are still producible by an alien mind, by an even slightly alien mind, but which are completely undescribable by us humans.
We talked about this with Adam Frank. We talked about it with Avi Loeb. We've talked about it, I think, with Jan4. The notion that we can only see what we can see. We can only perceive what we can perceive. But in a universe that is made of the things that our universe is made of, there is no reason to not be able to project that there are other beings, other perceptions, other systems, many of which are likely far more advanced than us in theory and are using AI, possibly are farming us to be obedient underlords. No, but I'm just saying the notion that you can extrapolate out and say, in a universe made of this, absolutely, there are many, many ways to compute this, for lack of a better word.
There is computation going on everywhere. You can think of it as mind-like computation going on everywhere. But the question of whether we can understand what's going on in that mind-like computation, that is the role of science. Science is about going from, the complicated fluid flows of, turbulent fluid flow or something, and saying, now we've got this narrative that allows us, that we can get into our minds, that allows us to connect the ways we can think about things with what's actually going on in the natural world. What's special about minds like ours? That's one thing you might ask. Why is a mind like ours work?
Okay, does it make a cat?
It does not make a cat. It starts off making a cat, but as you start changing it, it actually, one of the more bizarre things that happens if you just increase the weights in this neural net, The
Yeah,
picture
yeah.
it makes looks like it's blowing its mind. It starts, the cat starts turning into funny colors, and it kind of puffs out, and it's very bizarre. It's and it really is. It's something where you're seeing sort of in this, as you see it going to a more alien mind, it is producing a thing which we can still see it's a collection of pixels, but it looks less and less like what we would recognize as a cat. And one of the things to realize is that to me, it's like there's in some part of the sort of space of things it can produce, this picture of a cat, there's a lot of other stuff it can produce. The way I think about it is, there's things like cats that we have words to describe. There's lots of stuff out there that we don't have words to describe. I tend to call that interconcept space. It's kind of there's little islands, tiny islands actually, that we have sort of human language to describe, and vast domains that are still producible by an alien mind, by an even slightly alien mind, but which are completely undescribable by us humans.
We talked about this with Adam Frank. We talked about it with Avi Loeb. We've talked about it, I think, with Jan4. The notion that we can only see what we can see, we can only perceive what we can perceive, but in a universe that is made of the things that our universe is made of, there is no reason to not be able to project that there are other beings, other perceptions, other systems, many of which are likely far more advanced than us in theory and are using AI, possibly are farming us to be obedient underlords. No, but I'm just saying the notion that you can extrapolate out and say, in a universe made of this, absolutely, there are many, many ways to compute this, for lack of a better word.
There is computation going on everywhere. You can think of it as mind-like computation going on everywhere. But the question of whether we can understand what's going on in that mind-like computation, that is the role of science. Science is about going from, the complicated fluid flows of, turbulent fluid flow or something, and saying, now we've got this narrative that allows us, that we can get into our minds, that allows us to connect the ways we can think about things with what's actually going on in the natural world. What's special about minds like ours? That's one thing you might ask. Why is a mind like ours, what's fundamentally different between the weather and a mind like ours? And I think one of the things that is characteristic of minds, brains like ours, is we tend to do one very definite thing, which is we take in lots of sensory input, gigabytes a second or something of sensory input. And then what do we do with it? In the end, maybe 10 times a second, we decide we're going to move this muscle, we're going to do this thing. We're kind of taking this vast amount of data from the outside world, and we're focusing it all down into what should we do next. And I think that's one feature of that's sort of an essential feature of our kind of consciousness, is that we have this kind of thread of experience that comes out, all this stuff is going on in the world. We whittle it all down.
To do I look fat in these pants?
Yes, or something, right. I mean, it's, but the thing is, that's a feature of sort of systems like us. When it comes to something like the weather, it's not doing that by an even slightly alien mind, but which are completely undescribable by us humans.
We talked about this with Adam Frank. We talked about it with Avi Loeb. We've talked about it, I think, with Jan4. The notion that we can only see what we can see, we can only perceive what we can perceive, but in a universe that is made of the things that our universe is made of, there is no reason to not be able to project that there are other beings, other perceptions, other systems, many of which are likely far more advanced than us in theory and are using AI, possibly are farming us to be obedient underlords. No, but I'm just saying the notion that you can extrapolate out and say, in a universe made of this, absolutely, there are many, many ways to compute this, for lack of a better word.
There is computation going on everywhere. You can think of it as mind-like computation going on everywhere. But the question of whether we can understand what's going on in that mind-like computation, that is the role of science. Science is about going from, the complicated fluid flows of, turbulent fluid flow or something, and saying, now we've got this narrative that allows us, that we can get into our minds, that allows us to connect the ways we can think about things with what's actually going on in the natural world. What's special about minds like ours? That's one thing you might ask. Why is a mind like ours? What's fundamentally different between the weather and a mind like ours? And I think one of the things that is characteristic of minds, brains like ours, is we tend to do one very definite thing, which is we take in lots of sensory input, gigabytes a second or something of sensory input. And then what do we do with it? In the end, maybe 10 times a second, we decide we're going to move this muscle, we're going to do this thing. We're kind of taking this vast amount of data from the outside world, and we're focusing it all down into what should we do next. And I think that's one feature of that's sort of an essential feature of our kind of consciousness, is that we have this kind of thread of experience that comes out, all this stuff is going on in the world. We whittle it all down
to, do I look fat in these pants?
Yes, or something. Right. I mean, it's but the thing is, that's a feature of sort of systems like us. When it comes to something like the weather, it's not doing that. It's just doing, every little piece of the weather is doing what it's doing. It's not doing this concentrating down to get this kind of one thread of experience. We're not the only things that do that. You can certainly make certainly AI systems do exactly that. They go from all the different possible pixel arrangements of a picture of a cat and a dog, and they say, that's a cat, that's a dog. That's doing the exact same kind of thing that we're doing when we take all that sensory input and kind of, concentrate it down. So I think that's one sort of thing that in a sense is kind of disappointing to realize, because we might have thought, with our minds and brains, we're the most computationally fancy things in the universe. It's not true. We're actually ones that are rather specialized, that have a rather definite way of operating. I mean, my slight guess is that, how did we get that way? I think it may be something very mundane. Like a couple of billion years ago, there had been organisms that were spread out, and were just, every little piece of the organism was doing a different thing. And then suddenly an organism realized, I can be mobile. And there's a little blob of stuff, and it has to, when you're a single blob of stuff that's mobile, you have to be able to decide, am I going to go left or am I going to go right? And once you need to make that decision, things that do that, you can certainly make certainly AI systems do exactly that. They go from all the different possible pixel arrangements of a picture of a cat and a dog, and they say, that's a cat, that's a dog. That's doing the exact same kind of thing that we're doing when we take all that sensory input and kind of, concentrate it down. So I think that's one sort of thing that in a sense is kind of disappointing to realize, because we might have thought, with our minds and brains, we're the most computationally fancy things in the universe. It's not true. We're actually ones that are rather specialized, that have a rather definite way of operating. I mean, my slight guess is that, how did we get that way? I think it may be something very mundane. Like a couple of billion years ago, there had been organisms that were spread out, and were just, every little piece of the organism was doing a different thing. And then suddenly an organism realized, I can be mobile. And there's a little blob of stuff, and it has to, when you're a single blob of stuff that's mobile, you have to be able to decide, am I going to go left or am I going to go right? And once you need to make that decision, you start to have to do this thing of saying, let's take all the sensory input I have and turn it into, do I go left, do I go right?
That's still it's an astounding event.
Well, yes and no. I mean, there are plenty of systems. Look, you make a landscape, let's say, you make a clay landscape or something like this, and you put a ball, ball bearing somewhere on this landscape, and you rattle it around a bit, the thing will roll down to, a lowest point on that landscape. It doesn't matter where you put the ball, it'll still roll down to that same, if it's within that catchment basin for that place, it will roll down to that lowest point. And that's an example of this phenomenon of taking lots of possible inputs and saying, yep, it's going to, it's closest to that point, or it's closest to that point. So I don't consider that it's a thing that very naturally happens in lots of kinds of systems.
Okay, but I'm gonna push you on this though, because the notion to say that a blob, quote, realized, there's no realizing.
No, there's no realizing. That's a mere anthropomorphism on my part.
Yeah, you look at you anthropomorphizing single-celled blob gooiness, and me saying that's remarkable that a blob would do that. I mean, to me, look, it's why I chose to study what I studied. It may not be why you chose to study what you studied, but that's remarkable. You know, I remember the first time I started thinking, okay, I have a mother and she had a mother and then she had a mother. How far do you go back? How did we get all the people? Like that was, this was as a teenager when I started thinking like, wait a second, what? How? And this is not that my conclusion was that evolution didn't happen. It was this notion that how did we get here? Which is really the essence, I think, of all of these parts. So the real thing that I have been waiting to talk to you about, and I wanted to talk about all these other things so you would think that I'm a legitimate person, is Arrival is one of my favorite movies. And it's a movie that means a lot to me because of its significance. And I didn't know that it was essentially because of you.
No, not because of me. I was just a small piece in the machine.
But now that I know where you fit into this, it's really, really beautiful. And I've, read the piece that you wrote, and even just even looking at the diagrams, I mean, it makes me emotional because this was a movie that, I've showed my kids, it's like many conversations. It brings up so many things about, is time linear? Is love linear? Is love the ultimate glue, right? That's binding us to it? No. But people who report, essentially this kind of like undulating field that physicists, often depict, where each particle is also a wave and it's a simultaneous existence. Is time like that as well?
You had two pieces to this. So the first one is about linguists and language and so on. And I think, as I've been saying a few times, science is this attempt to bridge from the natural world to things that we understand in our minds. Language is this way of packaging up thoughts so that we can express them. And these are two very related kinds of things. Now, the question of when you're trying to understand something that hasn't been understood, it's not clear how far sort of the study of human language can take you in understanding. Human language has certain structure, much of which we don't understand very well. One of the big things that has come out of LLMs and the sort of modern AI is something, people are very surprised that it's possible to have this neural net produce fluent, human language. I think the main thing that reveals is that human language is simpler than we thought. In other words, we've known that human language has the feature that, like in English, sentences are constructed with, noun, verb, noun structure. But what has never really been classified is which noun, which verb, which noun. And it turns out there is sort of a statistical structure of, well, this kind of noun goes with this kind of verb. And that's kind of what the AI discovered. And that's kind of the way those patterns work. So the thing that was the surprise was that human language is simpler in structure than we thought it was. And so if you ask the question, is human language the right raw material for understanding something, for example, from the natural world, my immediate take would be that it's actually not a particularly strong, the human language as such is actually pretty weak compared to what we already know in more formalized systems from computation and so on. But this is a non-trivial look. There's for example, one question I was curious about recently is we humans have used compositional language. We have we can take pieces of sentences and fit them together with other pieces and so on. Dogs probably can't. Maybe they understand one word at a time, but they don't understand, the whole sort of compositional structure of human language is probably, lost to them.
I mean, they understand fear from, 100 yards away, so they have different abilities.
Yes, for sure. But this whole sort of structure, this formalized structure that we have of compositional language, they probably don't have. And, it's sort of interesting that if you look at, our brains, their brains 1,000 times smaller or whatever, if one of the discoveries in the world of AI is as you make the neural net progressively bigger, the set of things that it ends up being able to do gets progressively larger. Like it can start recognizing images at a certain size, it can start generating language at a certain size. So that raises the question, if we had brains that were 1,000 times bigger than our brains, what kinds of abstract concepts would we invent that are really not accessible to us right now? And that's, for somebody like me who likes to think about sort of foundational questions and abstract things, it's a little bit frustrating to imagine that there might be a level of abstraction that, sorry, but brains like ours just don't manage to reach that.
Right, but even with the development of, the frontal lobe as we know it, and we sort of know a bit about that course, at least in our brief time, here on this planet, tracking primate development.
Love.
Yes. We will often have a conversation where there will be two words that are very similar, and I am 1,000% certain that I know very subtle differences between these words. I know how I would use them differently. And Jonathan is a brilliant person, but I am the child of English teachers, and I know deeply that these words have different meaning. You cannot interchange them. I mean, I could literally teach a class, right, about these different things, and some people just don't hear it the same way. I feel like I can be very articulate because I've got all these intricate words, but it also depends who you're speaking to, because to him, it may all feel the same. So like, maybe we would never have to speak if we could just neural net all of the words that I like distinctions of into your brain.
Well, that's of course an issue. I mean, this relates to this thing we were talking about, you have to take the internal thoughts that you have, encoded in lots of neuron firings and package them up in a kind of transportable way. For example, if you imagined, connecting the neurons directly, the neurons in your two brains are definitely not architected in detail in the same way.
Hers are like salsa dancing and mine are like relaxing.
But it's not like this is neuron number, 2 billion, whatever, is going to be the neuron that represents the color red or something, and you can connect that to somebody else's neuron of the same kind. It's the encoding of what's going on is very different. And the fact that we can package it in terms of concepts that are transportable is a non-trivial fact about the world and about the way that we perceive the world. Because it's not obvious. It could be the case that everything about the world was kind of this incoherent mush, that, the random collection of pixels and so on, that we couldn't have any higher level description of. The fact that there are higher level descriptions is, from a science point of view, that's a very fundamental thing that makes science possible. There might not be any higher level descriptions that you could make, but there are.
Another form of communication that we're hearing more and more about these days is telepathy. Instead of having to communicate and articulate and choose the right word, some people believe that they have the ability to just send the message directly.
It's always nice to see when these things come back. That was a big 1950s thing, right? Telepathy. And it's always interesting. It's one of these things where you could say, do computers have telepathy? Okay, question. So back in the day when the first computer that I used, which is the size of a large desk and very primitive object, it had a tone generator, and it would make. You could take a radio and put it next to that computer, and it would be squawking all over the place. That's less true of modern computers. But computers emit electromagnetic radiation. Computers are affected by electromagnetic radiation. So the question is, could computers reasonably have telepathy? And the answer is probably not, for the following reason, that the details of that signal are a total mess. They're the result of, individual transistors doing this and that thing. The way that some other computer is working won't be exactly the same. The way that computers actually communicate is through doing things like what we do with language. That is, they package up those microscopic, digital bits into larger scale things that are sort of known in common to the two computers. Our detailed thoughts and brains are encoded not in some, if you're having an epileptic seizure, there's some large scale, electrical effect in your brain.
Yes, but we're talking about like explicit memory, right?
I look at him and then he and I just have this staring competition of him looking at me like, really? And I'm like, really? And then I'm like pointing to his bed and he's like ignoring me. And then it becomes a whole thing.
That's a whole thing.
Last night, not only did he stay there, but I went and got him. And he wouldn't come. I gave him a treat, nothing. I pull his paws off the couch and like scooch his bottom a little bit, bring him into bed. He kind of settles. I turn the lights off. He gets out of bed, goes back, and he's pacing and he's like anxious. And I'm like, what's going on? Do you have to pee? We go outside. We spend 10 minutes.
Oh, no.
He pees. He comes back inside. He goes back to bed. I turn the lights off. He does it again. And I'm like, dude, you are not waiting me out.
He's trying to communicate. Speaking of which, I thought that Dr. Wolfram was going to say, like, I grew up hearing many languages and like it made me able to compute language. Nope, he's just amazing. He's amazing. I also not just from the pictures on his website where you can kind of see him through the ages, but I think like, what was he like to graduate college at 17? What was that like? What was he like?
Is it that he just has a structurally different brain? His brain is the same structure as everyone else's. Like they said, Einstein's brain had more folds to it.
It said, no, it had more, I don't know if it was white matter, gray matter, I don't remember.
All the matter it had.
Things. Yeah, I guess there were some things about Sulci.
Here's what I really like about him the most.
His charming smile.
His continual return to there's a terrible history of science saying what's not possible.
I really loved his perspective. I loved it. Every time we talk to someone like him, I want to put Steven Pinker on with him. Because I feel like there's a way to talk about things we can't explain. And I really loved how he talked about it. He said it could be essentially limited perception. That's what it is. And everything that we don't understand, maybe instead of saying, that's not true, you're wrong, I don't like your politics, I don't like this, maybe it's just, it's not matching my perception, but you're allowed to have your own. And also, think about how big the universe is. We're all made of the same things, just we do not need to stress so much, and you don't look fat in those pants. It's just how you look in those pants.
Oh, here's what we didn't get to ask him. Does he think that humans and machines are going to merge and our brains are not going to have to communicate language because we'll just be able to share images and feelings that get packaged into little bits and bytes?
I think he would say yes.
I think he would say yes.
Well, I think that there's components of that he would say is a broadening of the capabilities of our computational system combined with another computational system. Yeah. I mean, I think that he had the best answer to aliens. Did you understand the second time I tried to get him to explain it?
I would say that there is alien communication even amongst humans. Like some humans, you just like can't communicate with because their operating system and your operating system.
You don't need to air our dirty laundry in front of all of our listeners.
Not compatible. It's like when you try to communicate
Men
something.
are from Mars, women are from Venus. He was right.
Sometimes the dog knows more about what it should be doing.
I think that was too far. I think this episode also demonstrates what it's like to engage with someone who really wants to be understood in a particular way and is very comfortable adapting his particular framework to include the myriad questions that we have about why we're here, how we got here, and essentially where we're going.
Also, I'll give him a very special accolade.
How extraordinary, because I can't see them. And I thought to myself then, how much we filter out. I was probably filtering that out right then. We could probably, any of us, have seen them, but we are hiding behind a wall of beliefs and assumptions. I was going to get to that earlier. One of the first things my wife said after she passed away was, the human species is too young to have beliefs. What we need are good questions. And boy, that resonated with me, and I've been trying to give up my beliefs ever since and replace them with questions. And it's like growing wings. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, that particular experience suggests that we haven't begun to catalog all the different kinds of cities or powers or gifts of the spirit or psychic abilities that people can have. We have a very tiny list, actually, of what might be possible.
Oh, yeah. When I was a boy, I had quite a few incidents of going up in the air physically. I don't remember them very directly. I remember a couple of them. But one of them was when I was playing in the front yard. I must have been about 3 because I had a maroon toy sports car, and I remember that vividly. And all of a sudden I saw the sky, and then I was involved with there were wires, 3 wires that went up the yard from the street to the house. And I was involved in these wires, and I remember looking down. I thought I was looking up, and then I saw my mother's face in the kitchen window, very, very frowning up at me. And I thought I was in trouble, and then the gardener came with a big ladder and got me down. There's a 30-foot gap between the ground and those wires at that point, and no one ever knew how in the world I had gotten up there. But I used to get into so many peculiar situations, nobody ever thought twice about it. My mother told the story many times of when Whitley ended up in the wires. So, and there were a couple of other times later, when I was 9 or 10, when I would rise up out of the front yard, and it was a physical thing. It wasn't an out-of-body experience, and it was just lovely. Remembering it is such a pleasure. And we have people like Padre Pio, who when his town was about to be bombed, the bombers all saw him standing in the air in front of them, and they didn't bomb the town because the bombardiers were concerned that maybe that would be a bad idea. And we don't know who we are and what we are. And I find that so fun. It's so exciting to not live in the dark place of, I'm just this and nothing more. But in the light place of, I don't know what I am, and I can explore. And maybe I'll go down a lot of blind alleys, but so what? At least
5 interfaces of Platonic surrealism that work with the left hemisphere, the right hemisphere, with the neurons in the gut, which is often associated, which is 20% of the neurons in our body are actually in our stomach and intestines. And often the shadow, Jung's shadow, the parts we suppress about ourselves wind up down there. Not in our brain, actually, so much. I know neurologists would argue with me. I'll argue right back, buddy. So, and then we've got of course, as we discussed, the monadic layer, and we've got the plasma symbiosis layer. So, and I'll just do one nod to UFOs with that plasma symbiosis layer and the paranormal. People go, how did the UFOs know what we're going to do before we do it? Well, you're a plasma symbiote with the field that powers them. So yeah, I think they kind of have some idea what you're up to. So there's that plasma symbiosis layer. It's very important. So those are the 5 interfaces that we work with in Platonic surrealism. And you know what? It's not just bullshit, because like in class, if you go like this, if your plasma sheath is self-reflexive and not just purely asleep, hell, you can touch people from across the room if you're young and strong. I can't do that anymore. I could when I was young. But now you're doing something with your hands, and I'm not sure it's showing up on the camera. Yeah. You can see a field around yourself if you look. And you can feel one part of yourself slice through another part of yourself. When I was a kid, I played with it, and I found out
that I could shoot it through walls, I could shoot it through anything, but the more dense the material, it started to fight back. So it seems more of a physical-ish thing. Now I'm saying, in the ancients would say that was prana, that was chi, and who cares what you call it if it isn't late for dinner? But call it what you want, and some people might say, well, it's biophotons, but they're so feeble that you probably really aren't feeling anything. Or you just go for it and you say, well, the lowest layer is something like sentient plasma. Maybe it's not actual sentient plasma. People go, oh, plasma has to be high temperature. Well, wrong. It doesn't have to be. Plasma is just ions in a medium. That's it. And it doesn't have to be gaseous. It can be liquid. It can even be solid. Okay? So, just to say, Platonic surrealism isn't all just poofy in the upper atmosphere playing with monads. It acknowledges down in the dirt physics, cosmology, matter, energy, time. Of course, all those fall out of Platonic surrealism. So a human being is a rare and precious opportunity not to be squandered. They are both a vessel and they are a confluence of many kinds of mind, which sometimes is perceived as matter or energy or mind of one kind or another. But the whole spectrum of existence, from awareness all the way down to the most gloopy stuff, is accessible when you're a human being.
And imagination, just regular imagination, is an abandoned tool that we have abandoned and now think of as a toy. Imagination is not a toy. Imagination is a useful tool, and disciplined imagination is the core, the primary tool of the magician. When you look at the Tarot of Marseille, and the fool is there with his bundle on his back, and then you look at the card of the magician, and there are all of the tools laid out, because the fool has advanced into the journey of the path of the Tarot. That is to say, he has laid out his tools. One of those tools is a wand. That wand is the imagination.
So I would think, just as you are endeavoring to conjure up a new world in which the human race can be communicating with this whole spectrum of other beings from let's call it a parallel dimension or a supersensible world, the same might be said of many other people who are working with imagination, such as you in your other career as a writer of fiction.
Yeah, well, conjuring is one of the things that we're gradually coming to realize, that it can be real. And people who say that thoughts are things they're beginning to understand that this is quite true. We're changing. We are beginning to dimensionalize the higher levels of consciousness within us, and which we are within, and doing it in a sense because the loudest voice of all, which is the voice of science and the media and so forth, is saying, you are small material fragments, you have a limited existence, you're born, you live, and you die, and buy more cars and buy more hamburgers while you can, when the truth is very different. And we're going to be circling back all the way to the time before this history was even recorded. This time that we call history was even recorded, to find ourselves. And once we have understood how it could be that 36,000 people who lived in the British Isles during the time of the building of Stonehenge, that tiny number of people could spend 500 years building that monument. And once we have understood why it was that people built Göbekli Tepe and took 1,000 years doing it, and then another 1,000 years to bury it, once we have recovered the mind that did that, which is the real human mind, we will link it up with all of our current knowledge, and we will, in effect, return to the forest. But this time, it will be the forest that we have had a share in making, because when nature comes to be rebalanced, it will be us. We have to do the work. And that work will be done by both body and spirit.
Whitley, Strieber, what a magnificent conversation. While you have it, I had to jump on it.
So, for one more layer of validation, we asked Elodie if we could speak with someone who had personally experienced her connecting with a loved one who had Alzheimer's and saw that connection make a meaningful difference in the real world. She introduced us to her friend, who we'll call Jane to protect the privacy of the senior. And Jane, who was very skeptical of this type of thing, could have never imagined what happened next.
I known Elodie for a long time, and somewhere in the 2000s, we just became closer, and she started to reveal and share a little bit more about kind of her ability to attune, how it developed. And I was very skeptical, hesitant, all those things. And I kind of wrestle with it personally, just within my own faith system of what it means, I guess. But over the years, I've seen so many examples of extremely bizarre connections that she's made, people I've sent to her, or things like that, you know, they validated this was very specific and unique to them. And I know I didn't provide any information. I know that the people don't have social media or things like that where people can research. So, plus, I just know her ethically. And so I know that she doesn't do any of this for money and she's not trying to make a living from it. She's truly just trying to help people find healing. And so this was my first time to really kind of ask her for something.
Elodie's friend Jane found herself in a desperate situation and, though hesitant, decided to reach out to see if Elodie could use her gift to help.
I have a family member, and this family member has very early onset dementia and also like a primary progressive aphasia, so limited ability to speak and things like that. And they were able to, even with all the safeguards in place, they were able to wander off and they were able to get lost. And so it became a situation where everybody presumed they would be found. They were not. I reached out to Elodie and I just said, hey, on the off chance that there's anything you can offer in this capacity, let me send you a picture of this family member who Elodie had never met. And I didn't say anything about sort of the area in which that person lived or what it looked like. Like, I didn't describe it. I just said they don't know, you know, if they made it far away from the house, if somebody picked them up, if they've been kidnapped. I mean, all scenarios were possible. Within a short period of time, she called me back and she just said, they're okay. I was able to make a connection. They are okay. They got confused. They got lost. It's not that far from the house. They're tired and they're going to rest. They said the only real thing that's happened is that their legs have gotten significantly scratched. I guess it's wooded. And in my mind, listening to her, I was thinking, I didn't even say that there were woods around there. We didn't talk about that. You know, like, that was weird. The next day, it was going on quite a bit. Like, we're talking a massive search. They knew the person had dementia. They knew this was a dangerous situation. I called Elodie back and I said, like, do you have, you know, anything else? And she said, you know, that concrete thing that's like a cylinder that the road goes over and water runs through the cylinder. And I was like a culvert? And I sent her a picture. I said, is this what you're seeing? And she said, that's exactly what I'm seeing. She said, there has to be one of those near that area.
Mechanic by trade. And then I was like, oh shit. 2 weeks ago, I was going over a speed bump and I went over one bump a little too fast and I could feel a scrape. And then I went over a second bump and I felt a second scrape. And before I went to Georgia, I thought, man, I need to check my car.
When Rebecca returned home, she took her car in to get checked out, and then she called immediately after that appointment.
The mechanic looked it over. He actually found that there was a fuel leak from one of the lines going to the fuel tank, and that they basically said the car is undrivable. And from what he explained, this is an incredibly serious issue that could potentially had caused an explosion of the vehicle from the fuel. So I'm eternally grateful to Dan and to my dad. The bottom line is that's pretty intense. I'm actually a bit at a loss of words.
So there was a lot of audio to sort through, and they covered a lot of ground, but the next part was wild. And even if everything else might be tossed into the column of coincidence or lucky guess, this is really hard to explain away.
So when we sit down and we start talking with Dan, and Dan starts communicating with my dad and translating what he's getting via telepathy from my dad's on the other side of me, and he starts speaking in Spanish. As he's speaking in Spanish, I'm trying to translate for him, realizing what he's saying is, see the wind? Do you see the wind out there? That is how we talk. And he started pointing at his own temple and then pointing at Dan, saying, that's how it happens.
Here's some recording of Dan, Rebecca, and her dad sitting outside in the courtyard.
So he said that there's a wind that's passing through, and that you're listening.
I'm listening all the time. Yeah, we've been talking.
He keeps touching his head, like
The wind?
like you're listening, or
Yeah.
like the wind is listening.
Yeah.
It was a little hard to keep up with, so Rebecca talked me through this afterward.
We were outside. He kept gesturing like that the wind is passing. The wind is passing here, and that's what's speaking to us. That's how you talk. And at that moment, my dad would point at his temple. He would point at his temple and then point at Dan, point at his temple and point at Dan, and talking about the frequency and communication. There's a frequency everywhere, and you talk via the wind. The wind is passing by. As it passes by, that's how you send messages. And I was like, what? And then Dan's like, do you think he's talking about telepathy?
Is that something your dad would be whimsical about it normally? Like, would he sit there talking about telepathy and communication through the wind, or is that totally abnormal for your dad to say something like that?
My dad wouldn't be talking about telepathy. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever had a single conversation, even with my dad's right mind, about telepathy or communication.
To Dan and Rebecca, this exchange seemed to reveal that her father understood the diffuse, nonlinear nature of telepathic communication and was trying to describe it in a way that made sense to people who had never experienced it directly. And later, when Rebecca listened back to the recording, something else stood out. Throughout the day, Rebecca had been translating from Spanish to English so Dan could follow her father's responses. But listening back, she realized she had not consistently been translating for Dan's English back into Spanish. And yet her father, who didn't speak any English, appeared to understand what Dan was saying and respond to it.
So fast forward a little bit, because 2 days later, when I was in the house with my mom alone, I was like, oh, we have the track. Do you want to listen to?
And she must have died by now for sure. And then I went home and got a phone call from my hometown. Mrs. Brown had died that day at 102 years old.
Wow. And your rabbi had since passed, so he was dead.
Oh, he was long dead. Yeah, he was long dead.
And Neil, who's a distinguished scientist and researcher, marveled that his mom also seemed to be experiencing and seeing what quantum physicists have theorized about.
This is one of my favorite experiences. I went in and she was lying on her back on her bed, wide-eyed looking at the ceiling. I said, what are you looking at? She said, space. I said, really? What's that like? She said, well, it's not at all what I expected. And it's just so beautiful. I said, well, what's it like? She said, she made this gesture with her hand like she was chopping carrots. And she said, well, it's not smooth. It's like chopping carrots. It's in pieces. And it's just so beautiful. And time is like that too. It's not smooth. It's in tiny little pieces. I wish you and Mark and the kids could see it the way I do. It's just so beautiful. Buddhist teachers talk about this, that the particulate nature of material existence. That's kind of like quantum theory. My mother's experiencing the quantum particulate nature of the universe, but she has no short-term memory.
Wow.
And she was a very anxious woman. She spent, her life was pervaded by anxiety. And during this time, there was no anxiety whatsoever. And one day I said to her, Ma, you know, you're even smiling when you sleep. How do you stay so happy? And she said, well, I don't really worry about the future anymore. And I can't remember the past. So all I have is the now. And when you live in the now, you're happy.
Has there been any research on this? I just wonder how widespread this experience is.
There's a prospective study done by a hospice doctor named Christopher Kerr in Hospice Buffalo in New York State. He and his team have questioned every hospice patient that's come in. I think they're over 1,200 people. So in his study, I think it's 88.1% of the patients coming into hospice, adults and children, some people who are neurodivergent, so many different kinds of brains, are experiencing this. It's not uncommon. We just don't usually ask. A lot of people wouldn't talk about it. A lot of patients have to be coaxed into talking about it because they're worried people will think they're crazy.
How does that look for kids, especially since they might not know anyone who's crossed, and usually who's coming forward is comforting, right?
It tells a really wonderful story about this kid a teenager, I think a young teen, if I remember right, who's dying of cancer. And he comes in and he sits down in a chair and she says, oh, don't sit there. My dog's sitting there. And he's like, oh, she's seeing her dog who had passed away. He asks her about the dog and she says, does the dog tell you anything? And she looks at him like he's crazy and says, please, dogs don't talk. So this isn't necessarily someone making up a fun story.
A lot of what we talk about in this episode is dementia kind of turning on the gift of telepathy. I mean, have you stumbled across anything around telepathy and these deathbed visions?
Deathbed visions often don't communicate directly by words. My mother said that to me once. I went in and she said, oh, I had a lovely visit from a man from the 13th century today. I said, really? Where was he from? She said, I don't know. And I said, well, what language was he speaking? Because with her, it could have been Yiddish, German, Polish, maybe Hebrew. She said, oh, that's funny. I don't think we needed words to communicate.
In our first episode of the season on near-death experiences, people came back not fearing death and saying that what they experienced was more real than here. It felt different from a dream and different from a hallucination. And you said your mom was super anxious. So how did these experiences impact her?
So Kerr in his
repetition of words and phrases, prayers, and suffering continues to repeat itself and reinvent itself. But after ego death, action arises without trying or effort or grasping. In fact, it becomes effortless effort. Unconditional love flows without an agenda or a strategy. Fear ceases to dominate and loses its authority and control. And your life is lived from your genuine heart center and reactions rather than the fear-based defenses against it. If the ego dies, what remains is called Baka, B-A-Q-A. And that means abiding in God while you are alive. And this is not a mystical abstraction. It's the end of all resistance. It is full God realization. It is full total enlightenment. So in short, die before you die means the end of the false identifications of an egocentric identity. So when the body dies, no truth is lost because you already ceased clinging to it while you were alive. Your journey is made easier when you embrace yourself and others with deep, unconditional, soul-based love. And this is my wish and my intention for you to experience the transformational process is wonderful. And each step along the way, it becomes more beautiful, more fun, and more wonderful. And so this process that's being described here will bring all of this to you. And I have a lot more about all of this on my audio programs, on my website, and in my book, The Handbook for Enlightenment. Until next time, I'm Jonathan Parker.
We invite you to join us at michaelsingerpodcast.com.
Jai Gurudev, Jai Masters. There's a relationship between mind and God, consciousness, liberation, freedom. We usually start talking about where you are, where you start. And where you start is that your mind is very constricted. We don't realize it, the same as a fish doesn't realize they're in water. It's just the environment in which they were born, it's the environment in which they live, it's the environment in which they spend every moment of their lives. What does it mean your mind is constricted? To understand that, you have to understand the potential of the reality of mind. Mind has no limits. You can think of anything you want. You can think of galaxies, you can think of worms, you can think of anything, it doesn't matter, anything you want. You can think of good, you can think of bad, you can think of right, you can think of wrong, you can think of what you like and think of what you don't like, can't you? You can think of anything you want, period. But that's not what happens. What happens is mind has habits that it gets used to, and it thinks within the framework of those habits. And the habit that is most addictive to infinite mind, which can think of anything, is this letter called I. It thinks about me. And it thinks so much about me that it doesn't know it's thinking about me, because it doesn't have the frame of reference of not me, not I, which is a whole spiritual thing, which we'll get to. What does it mean to limit the potential expansiveness of your mind, not somebody else's, not a philosophical discussion? What does it mean to limit the potential total infinite expansiveness of the capabilities of your mind to you? Well, for one thing it means is that is very small. Your thoughts can be very, very big. Your mind can be very, very big, can't it? When it thinks about me, it limits it to this one body. Your I is one body. It's not your daughter's body, your son's daughter, or your parents' body. Okay? I means my body. How small is that? There's 8.3 billion of them running around the planet right now, and you care more about one of them than all the rest. Don't be embarrassed. Let's get down to reality. This one's more important than the rest. Why? Well, let's start with the fact that this one has a nervous system that sends messages to me that can be pleasant or not pleasant, and that's really different than what's going on inside of you. I mean, my you, okay? What's my relationship with you? No matter how much I love you, no matter how much I care about you, no matter how much I don't like you, it doesn't matter. There's something very special about this one body. It sends messages that are very strong back to my awareness of being. Let's do that. I'm aware of the messages it sends. I'm not aware of the messages that yours sends. That immediately addicts you to this. I'm telling you, if I took a nerve cell, took it out of you, this is make believe, took it out of you, but and it thinks so much about me that it doesn't know it's thinking about me because it doesn't have the frame of reference of not me, not I, which is a whole spiritual thing, which we'll get to. What does it mean to limit the potential expansiveness of your mind, not somebody else's, not a philosophical discussion? What does it mean to limit the potential total infinite expansiveness of the capabilities of your mind to you? Well, one thing it means is that is very small. Your thoughts can be very, very big. Your mind can be very, very big, can't it? When it thinks about me, it limits it to this one body. Your I is one body. It's not your daughter's body, your son's daughter, or your parents' body. Okay? I means my body. How small is that? There's 8.3 billion of them running around the planet right now. And you care more about one of them than all the rest. Don't be embarrassed. Let's get down to reality. This one's more important than the rest. Why? Well, let's start with the fact that this one has a nervous system that sends messages to me that can be pleasant or not pleasant, and that's really different than what's going on inside of you. I mean, my you, okay? What's my relationship with you? No matter how much I love you, no matter how much I care about you, no matter how much I don't like you, it doesn't matter. There's something very special about this one body. It sends messages that are very strong back to my awareness of being. Let's do that. I'm aware of the messages it sends. I'm not aware of the messages that yours sends. That immediately addicts you to this. I'm telling you, if I took a nerve cell, took it out of you, this is make believe, took it out of you, but it was still connected to you, and I started poking at that nerve cell or stroking it, you would be extremely focused on that nerve cell, on that one nerve cell. And it would develop your entire philosophy of life. How do I get that nerve cell to be pleasant? How do I get it to feel good? How do I get you to stop poking it? All of a sudden, my entire relationship is about that nerve cell. Well, you don't have one nerve cell. You have trillions of them, or at least cells in the body. And you are very attached to how they're doing. Your consciousness does not have to be attached to those nerve cells. Your consciousness is capable of expanding throughout the entire universe, period. It has no limitations, but it's being distracted by what's happening to that nerve cell or to the bundle of your nerve cells. And distracted is the right word. Can you get distracted? What does it mean to get distracted? Who gets distracted? Your consciousness, your awareness of being. It gets pulled down to something. And I'm saying the starting place it gets pulled down to is your body, because it gets very distracted by your body. And I strictly talked about at this point, I'm going to do it quickly, talked about nerve cells. Fine, right? Why nerve cells? Because they send back messages to you. The rest of your flesh, if there's no nerve cells attached, then no squat. It's no different than the floor. If there are no wires, if you will, connecting the outside to what's going on inside, then no, you don't know what's there. All right, so I don't want to get too far into biology. But your nervous system is pretty created in there, and you are sitting in there looking at that. So you're in there looking, and you're getting distracted. Who's you? The consciousness, the awareness of being. You in there. Hi. I forgot to ask you, are you in there? Are you in there? How do you know? I need to think about it. No, you'll be watching your thoughts. Who's watching your thoughts? Who's watching you think about it? Who's watching you want to think about it? Who's in there? And you're going to find out that I'm in here. Okay? But I am distracted by my body. I started right there. My body is a very important thing. It's more important than anything else. Is that the only thing you're distracted by? No. What happens is And let's just get it down, and then we'll go deeper. What happens is things come in from the outside world. Check. It comes in, it hits the mental plane, renders, and you in there see it, but you have this issue. Some of the things that come in, you don't like. They're just not acceptable. They're not comfortable. I don't want to experience this. How's that? Something happens outside. What happens? Anything, everything happens. Okay? It comes in, but when the consciousness experiences it through the mind, it has to come through the mind, it resists it. No, I don't want to explain. I don't know how to explain. That's the fall from the garden. It's so deep. In fact, it's the original sin. God created the heavens and earth. Now he wants to experience what he created. He can't, because I won't let him. You can experience whatever you want, but not that. What do you mean? I'm God. I'm consciousness. I'm experiencing whatever's happening. If I look to the left, I experience that. Look to the right, I experience that. Look up, whatever, anywhere. Go to Germany, I'll experience that. Whatever's there, I experience. Okay? Who are you? I'm not the body that is a vehicle that takes the stuff in. I'm the end user consciousness that's sitting back here. Like, you're not your computer. You're the end user. What good is a computer if there's no end user? Even AI. If nobody sees how smart it is, what's the purpose of it? There's an end user. The end user is consciousness, awareness of being. So it comes in, you experience it, and what's supposed to be happening, let's get there right away, is that's what's supposed to be happening. Be here now. I don't like the word God this way, because you all understand it, but the creator of the universe, call it whatever you want, that force that created everything is consciousness, awareness. It's aware of itself everywhere. And it created, just slowed down its vibrations and created a whole universe so that it could experience it. That's the purpose of creation. What good is music if nobody hears it? Experience is what it's all about. So God, consciousness, universal, everywheres, is experiencing everything. And basically what happens is when it comes in, it's supposed to come all the way back. I've asked you before this question. Have you ever had an experience that was so beautiful? Maybe you turn the corner and there's this beautiful sunset. Maybe you see somebody who you love, haven't seen for a long time, that you melt into the experience, that you're no longer there. It blew you away. It's just like, ever been hugged and go bye-bye? What is that about? That's about the fact that the experience came in, like any other experience, but it made it through. It went all the way through with no resistance, with nobody liking or disliking or judging, that no mind was involved, no emotions, but I didn't want it to, but it shouldn't have, but it wasn't right, it wasn't fair. Every word I just said to you was I. Okay? Who are you? You're certainly not God, because God is everything. And you're in there saying, no, what matters is me. I, me, mine. What matters is what I'm experiencing, not the overall experience of everything, which is what's reality, but what I'm experiencing. Somehow the consciousness got consolidated down. What happened is it got too identified with the body. Master teaches that. It starts right there. You're born and you're this tiny little thing, a bundle of nerves, and you're about you. You're about, I'm hungry, I need this, I want that, I like this, blah, blah, blah. And then their entire life, that's what happens. And it goes from the body, or where does it go next? I resist. The key is resistance. I've had this experience. How do I know? Because I'm in here. That's so funny. How do you know you had the experience? Because I experienced it. It's real. What did you do with that experience? I resisted it. What does that mean? Have you ever resisted an experience? You do it all the time. What does it mean to resist? Who resisted it? What is it and who resists? I want to get down to talk real with you guys. I am the consciousness. This experience came in through my senses, reality. And when it tried to come back and touch the core of my being, we talked about that a minute ago, I said, no. That's the original sin. I said no. I am more important than reality. I am more important than God. I am in here and I'm in charge. And yes, there's a universe. And yes, there's consciousness. But my consciousness got pulled down to this one experience. And I didn't like it. I got distracted by the experience I had. You do get distracted. And when it got distracted by the experience I had, I pushed it away. Let's get Freud in here. That's what suppression is. That's what all psychology is about. If you don't do that, they don't have a job. Do you understand that? If you don't resist the experience you had, you don't need a therapist. I'm going to stop for a minute. It is the resistance of the actual experience that gets stuck inside of your mind. Your mind could do anything, but it doesn't. It fixates on that experience that you held in your mind. Your mind is everywhere. It's the same as consciousness. It's just, oh my God, totally expansive. But that's not what happens inside your mind. You stored stuff inside your mind that didn't make it through. It literally gets stuck. Have you had experiences that are still in there from 20 years ago that bother you? Just come back up and bother you? Why are they in there? I'm challenging you. They're not happening anymore. This is absurd. It happened 20 years ago. The people are dead. It'll never happen again. They're still inside of you, aren't they? How did that happen? Because that's what ruined mind. That's what ruined consciousness. That's what ruined life. That's what ruined everything. It wasn't able to let it come in and pass through. Wouldn't it be nice if every single thing you experienced, you went, whoa, wow, 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 talk mean, wow, talk nice to me, wow. Wouldn't that be nice? That's an enlightened being. That is where a great master lives. They didn't have to do anything. They just stopped doing something. So basically, that's heaven. That's what it means to be with God. That's what it means to be merged. That's in front of me. Be the way I wanted to be based on the experiences I couldn't handle that happened before. That's a long sentence. I am busy trying to make everybody be the way, not just be the way I want them to be. You ready? You have trouble thinking that somebody doesn't think nicely of you. You have trouble thinking that something might happen that you don't like. So you now just made a mess that life has to be a certain way based on what I stored inside. I now have to have thoughts that are all generated by what I stored inside. And the thoughts have to be the way I want them to be, don't they? And the emotions, all your emotions and all of your thoughts are generated by your self-concept. That's why your emotions are the way they are and blah, 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 blah. And then you worry about your emotions, about how they might be. I love that. You don't just worry about the past. You do it about the future. It hasn't even happened yet. Ooh, do I have time? Has the future happened yet? Why are you making up a bad one and worrying about it? It's a serious question. Do you not do that? Does anybody worry? Right? What does worry mean? Something might happen that I don't want. Has it happened yet? If it happened yet, I wouldn't be worrying. I'd be dealing with it. So it hasn't happened yet, but I'm going to not only make a mess of myself by clinging to the past that doesn't even happen anymore because I couldn't handle it, but I'm going to make it myself by making up a future that I don't like. Now I'm going to take 8.3 billion of you. All of you had different experiences. Therefore, all of you resisted and stored different things. Now I'm going to throw you onto a planet together and have you make up a future that you don't like, have a past that you can't handle. Therefore, when you come into the present, and now I'll throw you on the planet, 8.3 billion of you, and let's see what happens. Is that not the problem? The solution is very simple. Get enlightened. Get with the program. And that becomes what you do with your life. Instead of being so lost in yourself, which is so little, please. Isn't it little? Instead of being so lost in yourself, you learn to say, I can handle this. I can handle this. Not I can't handle this. Because if you can't handle it, it's going to get stuck inside of you. I can handle this. Guess what? It's raining out. I can handle it. The car in front of me turned without using their blinker. I can handle it. Somebody said something that I think I don't like. I'm not sure what they meant. I can handle it. Somebody might say something someday that hurts my feelings. I can handle it. Then you're saying, I'm not going to store it. I'm going to handle it. By handling it, I'm letting it go. And more you're going to find out, if you do that with your life, you're a happier person than you used to be. Of course you are. You're not storing all the garbage that made you be messed up. So I did the whole talk. Hope you got it. Now we're talking about what's the technique. Oh, breathe 14 times through this nostril. Yes. Yes, you can do that. It's wonderful. And you should do that. It works. Okay? It's great. You do anything you can that will help you let go of yourself. But the answer is as follows. Wake up in the morning. Here's my teaching. I don't teach techniques. I'll give you one. Wake up in the morning and realize it's just all a bunch of atoms. Every single thing around you is just little atoms bonding together into molecules, isn't it? I'm okay with that.
And this is where one becomes very attuned and integrated and interdependent with the natural world. And one works with nature rather than feeling oneself to be separate from nature. So when I first started back in 1971 was when I started psychology. And at the same time, in 1973, I read a book called Limits to Growth. And Limits to Growth was a group of people who had forecast what is happening now. They had talked about climate change. They had talked about the degradation of the pollution and the soils and the earth and all from what we were doing, as well as other things. But what I took on was that we needed to change our lifestyle, otherwise what's happening now was going to happen. So back then in 72, they said if we hadn't changed our ways by the 90s, that it was too late. And I joined Greenpeace and I joined Friends of the Earth, and I started to be vegetarian, and I started to eat organic foods and all the rest of the changes that were required to live lightly on the earth, to live a sustainable lifestyle that the earth could support. And at the same time doing the parapsychology and moving to Glastonbury, which is where I essentially received my magical education in terms of understanding the stars, understanding the cycles and the seasons, working with what is called the Celtic lunar calendar, so that one completely tunes in, so that the whole of one's life, every step you take, every breath you take, is in accord with the natural system. And this, for me, is what real magic is about. It's not about doing arcane rituals, using fancy language, dressed up in funny robes. It's about becoming one with the spirit of the place that you are living in.
That is a very profound lesson, Serena. I hope that our viewers will repeat what you just said and listen to it over and over again, because you have encapsulated in very plain and simple language a very powerful and ancient message. But let me move on. And you mentioned briefly the relationship, if I recall correctly, with the Shining Ones and possible UFO phenomenon that we experience today. And there is a sense that these ancient entities, the fair folk, as you call them, and the many varieties of them, are still playing an active role in our present reality.
In my book, The Fairy Faith, this is actually, I was picking up on work by C.G. Jung and work by
you call them, and the many varieties of them are still playing an active role in our present reality.
In my book, The Fairy Faith, this is actually, I was picking up on work by C.G. Jung and work by Jacques Vallée, in which they talk, and in fact somebody called Patrick Harper calls it the daemonic reality, as in D-A-E, daemonic. So we're not talking demonic, we're not talking about demons, we're talking about daemon, which is this aspect of reality that is both of this world and of the other world, connecting between the two. Now, in my book, The Fairy Faith, I actually have a whole chapter. I call them airy fairies. So, you know, we're out there into that world. If you look at depictions of the tumuli, which were places that the fair folk were said to inhabit, they are always circular, a mound. Think of a circular mound. But the depictions will show them lifted up slightly with lots of light shining out, and you can see the dancing people and the feasting and the revels. Now, if you take a modern picture of a UFO, once again, you've got this domed structure that's circular with lights shining. Very similar. In the earlier times, people were connected with the earth, and they were living off the earth, they were tilling the soil, they were living off the fruits of the earth, and so they were connecting with that spirit. In our modern technological age, a lot of people are very divorced. They're living in cities, they're living away from nature, they're not connected to the earth, but they are connected to the fact that we've got satellites up, that we've sent rockets to the moon, we've got a whole space age happening. And so we are connecting with this daemonic reality that is both of this world and of another world through experiencing space beings. It's a similar reality, but we have transposed it according to our modern technology and our modern interests, where our psyche is at. We've transposed it up into the skies. But you look at the shape of the beings that people have experienced, and you look at classic depictions of Piskies with the big head and the spindly body, and they're all very wicked with their big eyes. They're identical in look. And then you think of some of the people who've had encounters with the denizens of the UFOs, and they're talking about tall, space-suited people, all in silver. And then you think of the Tulworth Teg, the shining ones of the Welsh and also of the Sidhe of Ireland and Scotland. Again, there'll be these tall, shining beings. Very, very, very similar. They're both the beings and either the craft or the home of the being. So I suspect that it's the same connections going on, but just different experiences according to where our psyches are at. We are living in a different world from the people who connected with the Tulworth Teg and the other fair folk. So we are having different experiences in accord with our civilization and culture.
One of the really most profound points that I found in reading your...
The fact that we've got satellites up, that we've sent rockets to the moon, we've got a whole space age happening. And so we are connecting with this daemonic reality that is both of this world and of another world through experiencing space beings. It's a similar reality, but we have transposed it according to our modern technology and our modern interests, where our psyche is at. We've transposed it up into the skies. But you look at the shape of the beings that people have experienced, and you look at classic depictions of Piskies with the big head and the spindly body, and they're all very wicked with their big eyes. They're identical in look. And then you think of some of the people who've had encounters with the denizens of the UFOs, and they're talking about tall, space-suited people, all in silver. And then you think of the Tulworth Teg, the shining ones of the Welsh and also of the She of Ireland and Scotland. Again, there'll be these tall, shining beings. Very, very, very similar. They're both the beings and either the craft or the home of the being. So I suspect that it's the same connections going on, but just different experiences according to where our psyches are at. We are living in a different world from the people who connected with the Tulworth Teg and the other fair folk. So we are having different experiences in accord with our civilization and culture.
One of the really most profound points that I found in reading your books is exactly this, that the mythology, you could call it the fairy tales even, of a particular culture shape the actual experiences that people have when they encounter what we might call the other world. That this mythology is, it may be pure fantasy on the one hand, but it shapes our psyche and affects our actual experiences.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, and more than affecting our actual experiences, it affects the way in which we live our lives. So when I was doing all my talks and classes and lectures and workshops, I would always say that your attitude is the most important action you can take. If you believe in fairies, then you will experience them. If you believe that you are naturally psychic, then you will have psychic experiences. If you believe that it's a whole load of woo-woo and rubbish, then you won't have any of these experiences. You just won't have them. And you might well influence others around you not to experience them either. So living in a place like Glastonbury, which is such a powerful site, and visitors, pilgrims, tourists coming here tend to have what we call the Glastonbury experience. Something profound will happen to them. They'll be really shaken by it because it's completely outside their culture and their belief system. Then maybe they'll go back to their city and they'll say, oh, it was nothing. They'll forget about it. They will try to explain it away. Or maybe it will draw them to come back to places like Glastonbury and other sacred sites because something in them has been awakened that was dormant, and they will start to change their attitude, their belief system.
Very much like that. It's interesting that just before Rumi, there was another Sufi who had been taken to court over his talk about love and the drinking of wine. And he was claimed that these things this is wrong. This is against the Muslim tradition. He explained in the court system that all these things were symbols of spiritual love for God. And that, and in some ways, got the Sufis out from being challenged so openly as they had before. But that was clearly what Rumi was doing. He talks, for example, about the curls of the beloved. And what he's talking about is the way spirit spirals down from these other worlds into your life, and you feel touched by them. And that was what he means by the curls of the beloved. So all of those things had meanings to them.
I'm under the impression that in countries like Turkey, and I suspect it's probably true in Persia, I'm not sure about the whole Muslim world, but that other than Muhammad, the founder of Islam, Rumi is probably the most revered person in the Muslim world.
He probably is worldwide. There is a strong difference of opinion everywhere in the Muslim world. Some do not like him. Some do not like the Sufis. To some extent, the Sufis, there are still some living Sufi traditions going on in these countries. As long as they keep themselves quiet, they're kind of allowed to continue, but they're really not liked by some people. So Rumi is not always even seen as a Sufi by them. They see him more as in light of a traditional Muslim, but it was clear that Rumi did not see himself as bound by any forms or structures like that. He realized, in fact, he said it openly, what he was teaching was the roots of the roots of the roots of religion. So he was going beyond all of that.
In some of his poetry, you get the impression that he feels that the rituals, the dogmas of religion are actually an impediment to being closer to God.
He never goes so far as to say, give them up or don't do them. But he basically says that if that's all you're doing, how much you're missing. Behind all those rituals is a purpose. And if you don't have that true purpose, you're not really making a true inner connection. You haven't found the garden with the flowers. You're just looking at an open field with nothing.
We've had a previous conversation about your own background in Ekankar and the work that you do in the area that you refer to as soul travel. And you explained to me in an earlier conversation that you regard Rumi as really being in the tradition of what are called Ek masters, and that I guess really by that you mean that if you look carefully at his poetry, you will see teachings that are comparable to the work that you've done for decades in soul travel.
Yes, exactly. There's so much similarity. It's truly remarkable. And Rumi's ability that comes through in the poems, some of these poems that we found the added meaning to, he's talking about having these inner experiences while he's speaking outwardly a poem and creating a poem.
In his notion of the implicate order in which the universe exists most of the time, and what we see are just eruptions out of this sort of void.
In other words, we have a physical world, or we observe a world around us to be physical. We have the laws of physics, but in effect, all of our laws of physics, all of our observations are generated by our brains, or by our nervous systems, or perhaps by our minds.
That's true. And when you say by our minds, one of the things that interests me in the parapsychological theories of the existence of minds separate from bodies is that parapsychologists have wanted to produce a picture of the mind which is more detailed, and especially more detailed in talking about the relationship between the mind and the brain, than anybody ever has done so before. And there were two British theoreticians, Thowless, who was a professor at Cambridge University, and B.P. Weisner, who was also at Cambridge, who produced a theory of dualism which said that the mind in its relationship to its brain uses psychokinesis, the ability to affect matter, to initiate the voluntary action of the body, and uses ESP to scan the brain. And in this case, the brain becomes this very sophisticated sensory system for scanning its environment, pre-processing information, and then displaying it to the mind entity, which reads the information off the surface of the cortex by ESP. And this is an important theory because, in some final sense, it gives a place for ESP and psychokinesis, why it gives a reason why they should be in the world, because otherwise they just appear to be rather strange and bizarre, and rather meaningless kind of peripheral features of the world.
It also suggests then that any individual who is able to use their brain to function in the world is automatically psychic, at least internally within themselves.
That's right. And the problem of using psychic ability becomes the problem of taking the attention of the mind entity away from the brain and going directly into the physical world, as in clairvoyance, or maybe to somebody else's brain, or perhaps somebody else's mind, as in telepathy. And then if you are able to take your mind power, so to speak, and use it directly on the physical world, you then have psychokinesis.
It raises an interesting question, or addresses an interesting question, and that is when I, out of an act of pure will, say decide to lift my hand, how did I do that?
Well, the neurophysiologists such as Eccles and Penfield would say that what happened was that your mind manipulated your brain in such a way as to initiate that series of voluntary actions.
Well, how is that view regarded in science?
Well, the view is not taken seriously at all because it's not yet proven. And the difficult thing about dualist theories is it's very difficult to prove that they're true. One of the things I've been interested in doing is to see if we could deduce provable, empirical, experimentally testable consequences from dualist theories of mind.
It would seem, insofar as science is a search for order and for elegance in the universe, that a dualistic theory would always somehow be unsatisfying, that people would always want to get to the ground of existence, in which mind and matter are somehow really unified.
That's true. The parapsychologist J.B. Ryan certainly thought that, and he thought that we had to acknowledge that there was a mind entity, but he thought that at a more fundamental level of existence of the universe, in order for mind and matter to simply interact at all, there must be some more fundamental substratum, which was the ground in which that interaction occurred. That view is called neutral monism, because the ground of the interaction is neutralized between mind and matter.
Well, I think there's an interesting synchronicity at play here, in that parapsychologists use the word psi to describe.
But he thought that at a more fundamental level of existence of the universe, in order for mind and matter to simply interact at all, there must be some more fundamental substratum, which was the ground in which that interaction occurred. That view is called neutral monism, because the ground of the interaction is neutralized between mind and matter.
Well, I think there's an interesting synchronicity at play here, in that parapsychologists use the word psi to describe psychic phenomenon, extrasensory perception, and psychokinesis, and yet in physics, psi waves are used to refer to the probability waves, the probability functions that underlie physical phenomena.
That's right.
Maybe that is the ground.
Yes, that's right. And in fact, Eccles and Thales and Weisner thought that how psychokinesis affected the brain was to very subtly and very slightly change the probabilities of transmission between different nerve cells across the synapses of the brain, and that what you saw was a very gentle but mass effect on thousands and millions of different neurons, and so that the steering could be very subtle and very well coordinated. And this in many ways is very consistent with our picture of psychokinesis, because it seems to have the property that it's independent of the complexity of the task that's involved. And psi as a whole seems to have this independence of complexity, in the sense that if you give somebody an ESP task, and you give them a psychokinesis task, and then you give them a task which involves both, people seem to have about the same level of success at doing the two tasks separately as they would if they had to do both tasks to get the outcome, which suggests that somehow the extra complexity doesn't matter.
Or tests of psychokinesis using multiple targets.
Yes, that's right. In fact, Ryan went the whole hog there, and he had a wonderful machine at one time which would roll 96 dice all at the same time, and he found that people could still affect the system in a significant way.
For some of our viewers who may not know, since J.B. Ryan died some years ago, it's worth mentioning that he is considered really the founding father, or the grandfather of the discipline of parapsychology, and he did his research at Duke University originally back in the 1930s.
That's right. What he did was to use the very rigorous statistical methodology of the behavioral sciences to prove that ESP and psychokinesis existed, because he produced tests which were both fraud-proof and which were very highly standardized and could be used in a sense as a means of measuring ESP, where other informal methods using mediums and looking at spontaneous ESP simply couldn't give that degree of certainty.
Well, it's interesting when we talk about the underlying ground of the physical universe to be not particles like atoms or even energy forms but probability waves. It's ironic to think that of these billions of wave functions, probability waves, that we would emerge at
Yes,
all.
that's true. It's a very boggling thought. And the philosopher Austin in England was always very amusing because he understood this point, and he said that philosophers and scientists generally, other than the physicists, dealt with the world of medium-sized dry goods, that what we're dealing with is a world of tables and chairs, and that as a result, the sorts of properties of the micro world boggle us because we cannot use analogies derived from our normal experience of medium-sized dry goods to actually understand how that world, that strange world of probabilities works. And yet it looks as if we really have dematerialized matter with quantum physics, and that the world does dissolve into a sea of energy and probabilities, and that this view is finally what we're left with, that we cannot go back to a classical view. And yet the diffusion of this change in viewpoint is only occurring in a very slow fashion because it's so counterintuitive and so against our normal experience of the world that my fellow, which would roll 96 dice all at the same time, and he found that people could still affect the system in a significant way.
For some of our viewers who may not know, since J.B. Rhine died some years ago, it's worth mentioning that he is considered the founding father, the grandfather of the discipline of parapsychology, and he did his research at Duke University originally back in the 1930s.
That's right. What he did was to use the very rigorous statistical methodology of the behavioral sciences to prove that ESP and psychokinesis existed, because he produced tests which were both fraud-proof and which were very highly standardized and could be used in a sense as a means of measuring ESP, where other informal methods using mediums and looking at spontaneous ESP simply couldn't give that degree of certainty.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting when we talk about the underlying ground of the physical universe to be not particles like atoms or even energy forms, but probability waves. It's ironic to think that of these billions of wave functions, probability waves, that we would emerge at
Yes,
all.
that's true. It's a very boggling thought. And the philosopher Austin in England was always very amusing because he understood this point, and he said that philosophers and scientists generally, other than the physicists, dealt with the world of medium-sized dry goods, that what we're dealing with is a world of tables and chairs, and that as a result, the sorts of properties of the micro world boggle us because we cannot use analogies derived from our normal experience of medium-sized dry goods to actually understand how that world, that strange world of probabilities works. And yet it looks as if we really have dematerialized matter with quantum physics, and that the world does dissolve into a sea of energy and probabilities, and that this view is finally what we're left with, that we cannot go back to a classical view. And yet the diffusion of this change in viewpoint is only occurring in a very slow fashion because it's so counterintuitive and so against our normal experience of the world that my fellow applied psychologists certainly are not aware of the fact that the universe has changed in that way.
But the younger generation of people who are being educated now in more of the principles of quantum physics, the way we were trained more in some of the more classical physical notions, will have an easier time accepting this viewpoint, I should think.
Yes, I think that's true. And one thing I do want to do, because I'm a picky philosopher myself, is to sound a note of warning against some of the tendency that I find around myself in California, where people assume that because we have some very interesting speculative ideas to link quantum physics with large-scale questions about reality and with parapsychological phenomena, that therefore automatically we've simply solved the problems. Because I want to say this is a starting point, and we need to do very much a large amount of precise research to really check this out, rather than simply assuming that our views are true.
It's likely to be many generations before we're able to integrate quantum physics with something as fundamental as neuropsychology, neurophysiology, let alone parapsychology.
Yes, I mean, I'm seriously hoping that reincarnation is a fact, because I'd like to be around when that synthesis occurs.
Well, what do you see as being a viable mind-brain relationship that may emerge from all of this?
I really don't know. I think that it's too soon to say. What I am seriously interested in doing is trying to elaborate a dualist theory with enough detail to allow us to produce predictions, and the sorts of view which seem to emerge from that picture, which I'm not saying is true, but which I'm saying is interesting enough to try and test, is of a mind that may be located in some sense out of space and time, which therefore can perform psychic things, and which is in contact with its brain.
Here's do I have up right now? 3. Great job, Finley. Mara, the youngest, who's about 6, is blindfolded and ready to go. So even though she hasn't spoken yet, I try to bring her into our game. All right, Mara, this is really, really tiny. Tell me if you can see this, what I'm pointing to right here. I point to a tiny little crab on the page. A crab. Wow, very good. Okay, let's have my dad come in and we'll get some more books. My dad picked out a new book for them to read while blindfolded and hands it to the 3 blindfolded kids, all sitting in a line on the couch. And Finley begins.
Miss Lollipop said, they're there. I didn't get a present, the tearful tiger sighed.
Then Selma took the book and flipped to a new page.
Miss Lollipop said, cheer up, we'll go for a birthday ride.
They started reading a book together, switching off by page. What was really remarkable was how Finley was reading. He would hold the book to the side of his head, in a direction that human eyes physically can't see, and he said it was easier for him to read a book that way.
I've seen many other kids do it. They don't see from the same direction where their eyes are.
This is Paula, who's Mara and Selma's mother. She was so astounded by what her daughters have accomplished in Nicola's training that she herself has gone through the training and has taught many other kids to do this.
The eyes are closed. They're not seen through the blindfold, but also they're not seen necessarily from here.
She holds her left hand toward the back of her head, almost behind her shoulder, where eyes literally could never see. Here's Nicola jumping in.
I taught a girl who held the book behind her head. They can develop 360-degree vision as well.
By the end of this episode, you'll hear this from teachers and students, that their vision starts small, almost like a pinhole. And many programs that teach MindSight often call this a window. And the windows tend to get bigger and bigger until they combine and even expand to give someone panoramic or 360-degree-like vision. Okay, should we go outside and play tag and get some wiggles out? The kids then went out into the garden and started playing with a ball, playing tag, all while blindfolded. And eventually we put memory game cards in the grass and asked them to identify or match pictures.
Can you pick up all of the ladybugs? Wow.
I was constantly looking around each student's head for a hole or a crack or a way they could be seeing. And a few times the blindfold did drift a touch, and I was concerned the child could peek underneath it. But when we'd push it back down, they'd just keep on going with whatever they were doing.
All right, now how about the dolphin? Yeah, that was it. You're doing great.
At the end of the day, I asked my dad what he saw and if he thought this was legitimate.
For most of my life, I've been skeptical of things like seeing with a blindfold on. What I saw today is children wearing these blindfolds who've been able to play catch, play tag, make a jigsaw puzzle, draw, identify things pointed out in a book, colors, shapes, objects.
And we'll put all these videos up on our Supercast channel and some on our YouTube channel in the new year.
So it's just almost incomprehensible that these kids can do what they do. But I've seen it with my own eyes, and they do it. It's just an amazing thing. I tried various tests myself. I held up fingers, held up numbers, and so nobody's telling me what to do. I'm doing it myself. And the kids responded with accuracy. And I think the accuracy was probably 100%. Sometimes I'd have up 5 fingers and they'd say 6. No, it's 5. So the kids would correct themselves if they had a wrong direction in what they were saying. The whole thing is inexplicable, it's amazing, and it's real.
While with Nicola, I asked her to briefly describe some of the tenets of the program and how it works.
We never ask the children questions, and we try to bypass the left brain as much as we possibly can so that they're functioning in their right brain.
She described that generally the left side of the brain is known for being logical.
Identify things pointed out in a book, colors, shapes, objects.
And we'll put all these videos up on our Supercast channel and some on our YouTube channel in the new year.
So it's just almost incomprehensible that these kids can do what they do. But I've seen it with my own eyes, and they do it. It's just an amazing thing. I tried various tests myself. I held up fingers, held up numbers, and so nobody's telling me what to do. I'm doing it myself. And the kids responded with accuracy. And I think the accuracy was probably 100%. Sometimes I'd have up 5 fingers and they'd say 6. No, it's 5. So the kids would correct themselves if they had a wrong direction in what they were saying. The whole thing is inexplicable, It's amazing and it's real.
While with Nicola, I asked her to briefly describe some of the tenets of the program and how it works.
We never ask the children questions, and we try to bypass the left brain as much as we possibly can so that they're functioning in their right brain.
She described that generally the left side of the brain is known for being logical and analytical, while the right side of the brain is responsible for things like creativity and intuition. At the ICU school, they prefer to train children under the age of 12 because this is the time in the child's life when the left brain hasn't fully kicked in yet. So essentially, it sounds like her training is designed to quiet the part of your brain that would question or maybe even criticize the right brain's free-flowing nature.
So we don't ask questions. We never say no to the children because as a child hears the word no, they're instantly shut down. And in fact, we don't even say yes to them either. So we're constantly praising them for a whole hour during the session because the praise, it's like you can see them sort of puffing up their feathers and it's like, wow, this is so amazing. I'm getting praise. And the one-to-one attention is incredible.
So how do you communicate with them or have them tell you what they're looking at if you can't ask the question?
So instead of asking how, why, where, or when, we'll say, tell me, show me, explain to me, point to that color, show me where it is on the page. It's stimulating them to react, to respond to what we're doing without that left brain activation. It works really well. And in fact, I encourage the teachers to do it in their everyday life as well. We try and avoid the children being around skeptical people because that can really have a profound effect on them.
The idea of skepticism impacting someone's ability to perform may seem overly convenient, but it echoes what many of the non-speakers from season 1 said. Time and time again, they noted that someone's negative energy or negative thoughts can cause energetic friction and become distracting, making concentrating on a task or demonstrating psi or ESP abilities more difficult.
We had a brother and a sister that were going through the program, and the father was a complete skeptic. He was an academic, and everything in his world was logical and analytical. And he took his daughter to one of her sessions, and we never have the parents in the room working with the teacher and the child. So he was sat in a room behind, but there was glass doors between the two of them. And the little girl was sitting there reading her book, and the teacher was facilitating and guiding her and everything. And the father walked towards the room. He became really curious. And he put his hand on the door handle, and instantly the little girl said, "My vision's gone." And when the teacher saw him standing at the door, she beckoned him to move away. And as he took his hand off the door handle, her vision came back.
So what do you think is going on there?
I think that the energy is so fine and in such a high frequency that they're working in. Anybody who comes close, who brings that energy down, the children can lose their vision. It's definitely non-physical because their eyes are completely blacked out. People have tried the blindfolds on. You can't see anything through them, not a speck of light. So when we take them, so we're constantly praising them for a whole hour during the session because the praise, it's like you can see them sort of puffing up their feathers and it's like, wow, this is so amazing. I'm getting praise. And the one-to-one attention is incredible.
So how do you communicate with them or have them tell you what they're looking at if you can't ask the question?
So instead of asking how, why, where, or when, we'll say, tell me, show me, explain to me, point to that color, show me where it is on the page. It's stimulating them to react, to respond to what we're doing without that left brain activation. It works really well. And in fact, I encourage the teachers to do it in their everyday life as well. We try and avoid the children being around skeptical people because that can really have a profound effect on them.
The idea of skepticism impacting someone's ability to perform may seem overly convenient, but it echoes what many of the non-speakers from season 1 said. Time and time again, they noted that someone's negative energy or negative thoughts can cause energetic friction and become distracting, making concentrating on a task or demonstrating psi or ESP abilities more difficult.
We had a brother and a sister that were going through the program, and the father was a complete skeptic. He was an academic, and everything in his world was logical and analytical. And he took his daughter to one of her sessions, and we never have the parents in the room working with the teacher and the child. So he was sat in a room behind, but there was glass doors between the two of them. And the little girl was sitting there reading her book, and the teacher was facilitating and guiding her and everything. And the father walked towards the room because he became really curious. And he put his hand on the door handle, and instantly the little girl said, "My vision's gone." And when the teacher saw him standing at the door, she beckoned him to move away. And as he took his hand off the door handle, her vision came back.
So what do you think is going on there?
I think that the energy is so fine and in such a high frequency that they're working in. Anybody who comes close, who brings that energy down, the children can lose their vision. It's definitely non-physical because their eyes are completely blacked out. People have tried the blindfolds on. You can't see anything through them, not a speck of light. So when we take them through the program, they go through this activation process where literally we're getting them to bring the light out of their heart. So that light, they then spread it out. Personally, whether you want to call it consciousness, whether you want to call it insight, whether you want to call it spirit, they're seeing with an extra vision that is not coming through their eyes. And you witnessed the kids that they see from one side or the other.
She's referring to what we saw earlier, when some of the students appear to be looking out of a different area of their body, so not straight ahead.
So for me, it's the angle of the vision through their consciousness that directs them in that way that they need to see. So we call it outer consciousness. And that's why when a child can read blindfolded, we call it conscious seeing. Their awareness is fully present. They are fully present. Their spirit, their energy is fully present.
While in England, I was able to talk to Finley's teacher, Anna, who originally taught him to quote-unquote see.
I'd done the ICU training with Nicola about 18 months ago. My first case study was Finley. And I was pretty nervous to start off with because you doubt yourself. And there's lots of things to remember, really. But he started to see on the first session. I'm certainly seeing colours. By the second session, he was onto the shapes. And then he just announced, well, that's easy because I can read what it is because it says it underneath. So I was pretty blown away by it.
I just tell the people that I know, will understand it and they actually take it seriously. But it doesn't actually affect my abilities.
This is unusual and different from what Nicola in England had said about negative, doubtful energy affecting the ability to perform. And when I contemplated this, I thought about teaching my own kids new skills. We shower them with positive thinking, because if someone tells you over and over again you won't be able to do it or you can't do it or it's impossible, the mind tends to believe it. Belief in something often works hard enough for it to become true. But the more confident you get in something and the more you know you can do it, that doubt wanes. And Nisa has been doing this for almost 8 years. She's older, more mature, and way more confident in her ability. However, one thing that was very unusual is Nisa said the skill becomes increasingly more difficult as she gets older.
I feel like it just as age went on, it kind of got harder.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like even doing the process every day, the school system kind of made me trust my logic more than my senses, yeah.
Do you think it heightens any other abilities?
Yeah, academic, emotional, my relationship with myself, others. I'm more easygoing. It helps in every single aspect of life. I don't second guess myself once I make decisions.
Nisa is basically talking about trusting her intuition, something people often have a hard time naming, let alone doing. That's part of what's so fascinating about what they're teaching here. They seem to be connected more deeply to themselves, which in turn allows them to more deeply connect with the world around them. We next met two sisters who are older and more advanced in their mindsight practice. They showed us the many things they can do while blindfolded, like play video games, draw, read, and identify objects. But their practice has advanced well beyond just seeing without their physical eyes, into a heightened level of intuition, even turning on gifts of ESP or extrasensory perception.
So my name is Dwani. I'm 22. I live in Toronto, Canada. My name is Nidhi. I'm 17. I also live in Toronto, Canada. If we're talking about the intuition process, we did it 10 years ago.
And do you feel like from when you started to now, have your abilities heightened or lessened or changed in any way?
I think our practice has been very regular over the years, so we haven't really changed much. Our abilities haven't changed much. We've enhanced them with our practice, that's for sure.
And how so? If you were to talk to someone who knows nothing about this, where would you say you've started and where are you now?
It's kind of hard to say because I feel like there's really no end to enhancing your abilities ever, but when we started, we were able to do basic things like coloring or like
Reading blindfolded.
Yeah, reading
Or
blindfolded.
identifying colors. But then slowly, as we started practicing more and more, we were able to help find missing people and make
Missing
predictions.
objects. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so kind of like remote viewing, like you can find where people are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Devani and Needy's practice has taken them to new places where their intuition and abilities go beyond the physical in front of them. Since they've learned to trust themselves, they've expanded into other gifts like clairvoyance. And they seem very nonchalant about the whole thing. But to me, this was such a revelation regarding why this type of thing could be important, especially in terms of teaching kids early.
And that's intuition. Like when you are finding someone, how does that work? Do you see like a coordinate or do you just know where they're at? Like explain that.
So we close our eyes and we can kind of see where they're sitting or what's around them or the paths that they were walking before they got lost. And then if we can see a restaurant near them or if we can read something that's nearby, we can try to identify by that. Okay, yeah, they're by this restaurant or they were sitting in this car when they got lost.
When you're doing that, will you see it in the past? Like this is where they were, or this is where they're at right now, or this is where they're going? Like how does that? He brought himself as another control variable. When asked to identify objects, she got every single one correct. He spent hours on testing and had a lot of data to sort through, but he explained some of the preliminary findings.
There were some significant changes in her brainwave activity. And the biggest changes were really in the theta and alpha frequencies. The theta and the alpha increased dramatically, especially in the occipital lobe. And the occipital lobe is at the very back of the brain, and its primary responsibility is visual processing.
The part of the brain responsible for sight. What surprised Jeff is that the visual system lit up while she was quote-unquote seeing in ways that shouldn't have been possible, as if the brain was receiving visual information, even if the eyes weren't the ones bringing it in.
I did some more in-depth analysis to look at all the different parts of the brain back there involved in visual processing, and all of them lit up the same way. Why would the alpha and the theta increase so dramatically, especially in the back of the head? It's common for alpha to be really strong in the back of the head when our eyes are closed and we're resting. But remember, the eyes are open in both of these circumstances. Another aspect of alpha that's important is this sort of inhibition process. So part of what alpha does is filters information. But then theta is even more interesting because theta is a really slow brainwave. And again, it was in the same spot in the back of the head. And so one idea that we have is that maybe what's happening is that she's actually not using the eyes to pick up this information, but somehow she's getting this information and the brain is still translating it. It's still turning it into a visual image. And so it makes sense that it's showing up in the occipital lobe, and it may be using theta as a way to essentially integrate and facilitate the development of that image.
Brain imaging can't tell us how information is entering the system or even whether it truly is, but it can tell us how the brain behaves during the experience, and that's interesting. Dr. Anne De Solar, the neuropsychologist you met earlier, has been studying these mechanisms as well.
So we put EEGs on kiddos. We're seeing electrical activity in their brains that are similar to what happens when they see things without the blindfold, which is so cool. So the visual cortex is kind of lit up. And then it may also have to do with alpha brain waves, midbrain activation. There may be photoreceptors in the skin.
Some researchers are exploring whether the body may sense light in more ways than we've previously understood. We already know that the skin contains light-sensitive molecules that respond to illumination. That doesn't mean that the skin sees the way eyes do, but vision is ultimately processed in the brain, and we're likely still learning different kinds of information the brain can receive.
I mean, think about our cell phones. They receive data through these invisible cell phone waves, and we believe that, but we don't believe that there may be other ways we can receive information. I mean, perhaps we're picking up on signals that we haven't been able to measure, and maybe deliver through fields that we haven't discovered yet. Dr. Ben Kelmendi at Yale, he hypothesizes that, potentially it's due to a reorganization of the neuronal network. So if you think about our visual system, it's become inundated with information, almost 100 gigabytes of data a day. And when this stimulus is taken away, the brain may search to fill that input through other senses.
And this connects back to an idea we've talked about throughout this series, the possibility that the brain may not just create experience, but also filter it. If that's true, then what we normally call reality may only be a narrow slice of what we're capable of perceiving. When one channel gets quiet, like vision through the eyes, it may allow other pathways to open in ways we're only beginning.
It might be a combination of all of these things, and we really can't measure it yet. But the important part is that there's more than meets the eye, no pun intended, but we're capable of sensing these sort of things and training this skill. And I wonder what else there is that we're not sensing and that we can train.
Anne's question is a big one. If this is a trainable skill, then what else could we learn to access? And in some parts of the world, that question is not theoretical. In China, large-scale programs are actively teaching children to develop mindsight, not as a curiosity, but as a real trainable human ability.
Many parents send their children to those training facilities as extracurricular activity, with the aim actually mainly to boost their school performance.
Dr. Simon Duan, a Cambridge-trained material scientist and founder of the Metacomputics Labs, said that hundreds of schools teaching this form of perception exist all over China, and the country has been taking mindsight seriously since the 70s. And the interest actually started with one boy.
The story actually started in 1979. A boy was discovered. We call it ear sight. So basically, people write a character, write a word, and put in a piece of paper, and they give to him. He can put in his ears. Now he can tell you what's written in that piece of paper.
He's referring to the case of an 11-year-old boy named Tang Yu, who was said to be able to identify written characters placed inside of his ear.
This phenomenon triggered a wide range of interest all over China. Many kids have been discovered they can do the same. They can put the piece of paper with the written characters into different parts of the body, such as in the armpits.
So in China, they were saying you could write a symbol on a piece of paper, give it to a child who would then touch it to their ear or their foot or even under their armpit, and they could read it.
They can manage to work out what's written in that piece of paper. Then this started interest from research institutes, universities.
A 1992 Chinese study described experiments at Hangzhou University where children were trained to read with their ear, meaning they were instructed to concentrate and attempt visual perception through a non-visual channel. And in this study, over 1,000 students were trained to do this, and researchers reported that a significant subset appeared able to correctly identify written information placed near the ear at rates above chance. Some deemed the work controversial, but there was enough in it that the U.S. intelligence agencies took the myriad of reports coming out of China seriously enough to investigate them. These reports became a body of material that was collected by the CIA and included in an analysis of human perception and cognition. The released documents note that these demonstrations and the schools where they were being taught should not be dismissed out of hand, and that the phenomenon warranted further attention.
And that's how I got into Chinese psychical research circle. I learned a lot of things about what's happening behind the scenes.
And Dr. Duan's experience behind the scenes indicates that China has invested far more time and resources into cultivating these abilities in children than most countries ever have.
There's a lot of kids come through. At the beginning, the kids are trained to sense the color of cards without looking at them. You can blindfold them, but they can develop this ability by touching the cards or smell the card or listen to the card. So it's a very strange, but it works. Yeah, all the cards are made from the same amount of paper, but
And really slowly open up those windows.
We mentioned this earlier, but Anne and others refer to the visual field while blindfolded as mental windows. So when she says your windows are opening, she means the area around your head where you're picking up the visual information. And like we talked about, it's different for everyone. For some, it's on the side of the head or the front or even completely behind the head.
Then our fun job today is to look at those windows. And the reason why we called it mind see is because your mind sees it. And like I said, it's not magic. It's a muscle. So we're just here to strengthen that muscle. And we have to remember that you're safe and you're loved. And the most important thing is to remember that you can do this. And if you can do something that you thought was impossible, what else can you do?
She started the training with color cards and color pieces of paper.
So we're going to start with some colors. So I'm going to give you a piece of paper.
She gave my son a piece of paper, and he was able to identify the color almost immediately.
I'd like you to hold it and get to know it. And what color do you think it could be? Yeah.
My son seemed to pick it up very quickly. And like I said earlier, anyone who's met him knows how passionately angry he gets if he's being deceived, misled, tricked, or made a fool.
All right. Now I'm going to give you another one.
Oh. She then holds up a very tough color to see, black, and then green, and he got them both right.
Oh, black. Black. Good job. So now what's happening? So I'm holding this piece of paper. You're not even touching it, and you're still getting it. Green. Yes. Yes. Great job.
And then one after another.
How about this one?
One.
Yeah. Good job, buddy. This one?
Nope.
Yep. You're doing it. Yay!
I cannot believe you're doing it.
He's amazing. He's so amazing.
Green.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love how fast you are at this.
I can't believe it.
Now remember, the most important thing is to know that you can do this and to have fun with it, right?
You know what that makes me think, August, that you really believed that you could do it. My daughter is a bit older, and it took longer for her windows to open. But once they did, she was in a total flow state. And something I found interesting is there's such a playful nature to this. Anne describes it as being joyful and playful with the universe because it wants to show itself to you.
There we go.
Purple?
Yes, very good. Very good. It's life now. That's much life. Things just go much better, right?
Sure. Orange.
Yes.
Excellent.
Nice.
Pink.
Yes. Oh, good God. Yeah, you got this, girl.
Yellow.
Very good. So the important part now is to feel in your body when you're in flow like that and you're doing one after the other. That's what being in flow really is.
So when you got it wrong, which is going to happen, did that, like, and then you start getting it right, could you see it more clearly or what happened?
I don't know, but the colors were more like vivid and bright than before. They were more like
vivid?
Yeah.
Can you touch on your mask where it's coming in?
I want to see that too. Hold on.
Yeah.
She pointed to two areas on her mask where she said her windows were forming. One was over her right eye, and one was higher up on the left side of the mask. So that's where it's coming in? Mm-hmm. Is it coming on both sides or one side stronger?
This side's stronger.
Mm-hmm.
It comes in on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when it first came in, was it small and now is it getting bigger?
This one's bigger than this one, but they've stayed the same size.
Okay, good. Now our job then, that's like we say, that's a muscle. So our job is to strengthen that and to make it bigger. And then before you know it, you're going to be like seeing way up here and seeing down here, and you're going to be seeing all around you.
And I didn't know how I was doing because I couldn't see a thing. There was about 15 things, I think, that he gave me that were all different. He said to me, "Dad, you got them all right. You got them all right." But I couldn't see a thing. All I could see was total blackness. And I could feel these things in my hand. And I was saying, well, this one's darker than this one.
And here's the son, Stephen, again.
I recorded the whole thing because my cynicism and my skepticism was that my dad would probably ask me at the end of it, well, were you lying, Stephen, or were you telling the truth? So what was amazing when we got to the end and I looked at the likelihood of getting a two options right in a single question, 15 times out of 15, the odds were 32,768 to 1. When I sat back and said, right, now talk to me about each one of the selections, my dad said that he could see them.
Yeah, I think I could see them. Although I couldn't physically see them, I saw them somehow in my brain.
And so, John, what do you think was happening? Like how that's possible now that, you've done it with your skepticism?
Well, I really don't know. Whether it's a sixth sense you have, It was absolutely amazing to think that I could tell the difference even in the dark.
And if people can wrap their head around that, there's almost no training to do. This is mind-blowing when you realize that you don't have to be a particular age to do it. It's like there's no skill involved. It's just put yourself in a play state, be open-minded, lose your ego, and sense what you can't see.
There's more serious scientific work underway right now to understand what might be happening with MindSight. And inside Anne's MindC community, there's a real urgency, a belief that this training could help people connect more deeply with themselves, and maybe even help people who are blind navigate the world in new ways. And this all seems like just the beginning. The deeper people go into the training, the more they report other capacities awakening, abilities they believe may have been dormant all along. You saw telepathic abilities opening up.
Opening up, yeah, across the board. And it's not immediate. It's the telepathic ability that kind of comes down the road. So you kind of open up these windows. And I think what you do is you give the kiddos the confidence that, okay, I'm receiving something else. I can then interpret that, and then I can take that in and make decisions with that.
Here's Mala again, speaking to what she believes intuition is.
Perhaps the most common explanation that I can think of is I get a thought and it comes true later. Perhaps call it precognition, right? But you are aware of something that's going to happen and it happens in the way that you got the thought. And if it doesn't happen, by definition, it's not intuition. It's just a thought. My understanding is it comes from the very being that we are, the consciousness that we are in, the big mind, the divinity within us, anything that you would like to call. We are all connected. And that connection is where this happens. And if I am connected to every particle around, and that gives me the ability to download the knowledge in that. And that which is special in each one of us is the consciousness, whatever you call it, the big mind. Now, intuition comes from that space of calmness when I can connect with it. And when I connect with it, it potentially knows everything. You can download anything and everything that is required in that moment.
I think this is just like